Chapter 3356. Little Chenzi. Jiang Chen. Han Yan and Yu Jingxian shouted at the same time. Instantly, their faces were filled with joy. Jiang Chen's appearance had not only saved their lives, but it had also rekindled the hope in their hearts that had already been extinguished. The man from the slaughter tower was too powerful. Han Yan, Yu Jingxian and the others did not even have the strength to fight back. They were like children in front of him. It was a one-sided suppression. The moment Jiang Chen appeared, their hearts had calmed down. He was like the savior of the world. From him, Han Yan could feel a domineering aura. At this moment, Jiang Chen was like a sharp sword that no one could stop. His aura was so strong that it could pierce through the 9 heavens, causing people to tremble in fear. He has become stronger, Han Yan said in a low voice. Han Yan said in a low voice, but the corner of his mouth showed a hint of a smile. Jiang Chen had become stronger, and he was happy for Jiang Chen. At this moment, facing the expert from the slaughter tower, Jiang Chen did not show any fear. Instead, he welcomed the challenge. When their eyes met, the confrontation between their eyes was even more shocking. Dongfang Lianshua looked at Jiang Chen with sharp eyes and said, "You're the one who killed that trash, Lu Changtian, right? A few trash have died, and now you're here to die? A few trash have died, and now you're here to die?" Jiang Chen said faintly. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Dongfang Lianshua. This guy was too pretentious. Jiang Chen thought that he was low-key enough, but his high profile made Jiang Chen despise him. He never had a good impression of the people from the slaughter tower. "Looks like you're very confident. I'm still doubtful that you can defeat Lu Changtian. You're just an early divine emperor. How can you be so arrogant? Do you really think that you're invincible? Ha ha ha." Dongfang Lianshua snorted disdainfully. His smile was full of sarcasm and disdain. Jiang Chen was just a petty thief in front of him. If it wasn't for the reputation of the Buddhist pagoda, Dongfang Lianshua would definitely not take action. He felt that he would dirty his hands by dealing with a few half-step divine emperors and divine emperors. Experts naturally had their own pride. Dongfang Lianshua was the second disciple of the all-living Buddha Hall. There was no need to doubt his strength. Even the great elder of the all-living Buddha Hall was not given any face by Dongfang Lianshua. However, for the sake of the all-living Buddha pagoda, he had to participate in this battle. "Lu Changtian, you only have yourself to blame. If you want to die, I can send you on your way." Jiang Chen smiled and faced it calmly. "Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. To think that someone wants to send me, Dongfang Lianshua, to die. You must be tired of living." Dongfang Lianshua waved his hand and a series of ripples spread out from his black robe. The surrounding rocks and trees were all turned into dust at this moment. Yu Jingxian and Han Yan's facial expression changed. Just the aura alone was enough to make one's scalp numb. "This fella is ridiculously strong. Just a small trick. You're a mid-divine emperor. Do you think you can bluff with such a small trick? If you want to fight, I, Jiang Chen, will accompany you to the end. I can only tell you that Lu Changtian deserved to die. If you want to take revenge for him, then come at me. Let me see how many people the Buddhist pagoda will send to their deaths." Jiang Chen stood proudly and made an inviting gesture with one of his hands. This made Dongfang Lianshua's face darken. This bastard dared to provoke him. This was intolerable. In this battle, Dongfang Lianshua must destroy all of them and make their souls vanish. What a bunch of ungrateful fellas. Perhaps I could leave your corpses intact if you kneel down and beg for mercy. But now, you don't have any chance. Those who dare to go against the Buddhist pagoda will be killed without mercy. Dongfang Lianshua pointed at Jiang Chen and said in a deep voice, "Come at me. Let me see the difference between you, a big trash, and that little trash." Jiang Chen smiled coldly and looked at Dongfang Lianshua. Dongfang Lianshua's anger was completely aroused by Jiang Chen. This fella really doesn't know what's good for him. Dongfang Lianshua has already listed Jiang Chen as a target to be killed. "Get lost." Dongfang Lianshua punched out. Terrifying chi waves swept away the surrounding boulders. The might of this punch was like the pressure of Mount Tai. It was extremely powerful. Jiang Chen's countenance was as calm as usual. He punched out. At this moment, Dongfang Lianshua's eyes were filled with solemnity. Jiang Chen actually dared to receive his punch with his bare hands. This was simply unbelievable. However, Jiang Chen did indeed receive it. Moreover, the might of this punch was completely neutralized by Jiang Chen. Both of them retreated 3 steps. Dongfang Lianshua's gaze became more and more intense. This was something he didn't expect. Jiang Chen was actually able to receive his punch. This punch could even heavily injure an ordinary mid-divine emperor. Dongfang Lianshua had such confidence, but Jiang Chen actually received it. Dongfang Lianshua had used at least 70% of his strength in this punch, but the result made him somewhat unhappy. You're very strong. Now it's interesting. If you're so weak, then it'll be disappointing. As soon as Dongfang Lianshua finished speaking, he took a step forward. His figure was like a bolt of lightning as he shot towards Jiang Chen. A storm of thunderous attacks came crashing down. Jiang Chen could feel that the surrounding void was shattered. This kind of attack was something that Jiang Chen had never seen before. Gut. Jiang Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. The corner of his lips curled up. This fella's terror had exceeded his expectation. A mid-divine emperor. Originally, Jiang Chen was confident that he could crush him with his bare hands. But who was Dongfang Lianshua? Dongfang Lianshua was a mid-divine emperor expert. An expert of the All-Life Pagoda Palace. He was the direct disciple of the All-Life Pagoda Palace. That kind of domineering aura was naturally not something that an ordinary mid-divine emperor could withstand. Dongfang Lianshua's strength could be seen. One punch after another, the void was shattered. Jiang Chen and Dongfang Lianshua exchanged dozens of punches. Both of them were incomparably shocked by each other's strength. Jiang Chen's strength of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants in addition to the dragon transformation was actually on par with Dongfang Lianshua. Both of them were exchanging blows, but none of them could do anything to the other. Chapter 3357. It should be known that Dongfang Lianshua was an expert from the Futu Hall who could sweep away all living beings. Other than the great senior brother, even the great elder might not be his match. His strength was extremely terrifying even in the entire central region divine land. But now, a nameless brat was able to exchange blows with him. Naturally, Dongfang Lianshua was infuriated beyond words. He could feel his strength being suppressed to an extreme degree. This fella must definitely teach him a lesson. Lin Fan was going to teach him a lesson. Little Chenzi's strength is getting more and more terrifying. I'm afraid that if I don't break through to the Divine Emperor realm, I won't be his match anymore. Han Yen said with a bitter smile. Jiang Chen's terrifying strength was shocking. Han Yen knew that the gap between him and Jiang Chen was getting bigger and bigger. He must not be left behind by Jiang Chen. Although they were brothers, if he was left behind by Jiang Chen, Han Yan's heart would be filled with sorrow. Little Chenzi, wait for me. I will break through to the Divine Emperor realm as soon as possible. Han Yen clenched his fists. At this moment, he could feel the barrier of the Divine Emperor realm. As long as he cultivated more, he would be able to break through to the Divine Emperor realm very soon. Dongfang Lianshua stared at Jiang Chen. At this moment, the battle between the two of them had entered a white-hot stage. However, none of them could do anything to the other. He was very strong, but so was Jiang Chen. Under the battle of the two of them fell into a stalemate. You're very strong, but you can only blame your bad luck for meeting me. Dongfang Lianshua retreated in order to advance. The palm of his hand was like a thunderbolt, changing continuously. In an instant, a giant palm of willpower appeared in the sky, blocking the sun in the sky, almost covering Jiang Chen and the others. Great Sun Divine Palm. An incomparably huge palm print fell from the sky, almost crushing everyone. Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably pale. This fellow was indeed quite capable. Compared to Lu Chongtian, he was not just a little bit stronger. At this moment, Han Yen and the others felt as if they were about to suffocate. That invisible pressure had cast a haze over everyone's hearts. Divine Golden Bell. God Sealing Restriction. Jiang Chen activated the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, enveloping everyone within the Divine Golden Bell. At the instant when the incomparably huge palm collided with the Eastern Emperor Bell, it completely vanished into thin air. However, Jiang Chen was also forced to take 2 steps back. His expression was grave. The invisible huge palm that blotted out the sky had disappeared in an instant. What a terrifying divine weapon! The Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Is it the Eastern Emperor sect? Dongfang Lianshua murmured with a solemn expression. He had already condensed 90% of his strength in this palm strike, but Jiang Chen was still able to walk leisurely. This was something that Dongfang Lianshua had never expected. "Brat, take another palm strike from me." Dongfang Lianshua's expression was cold as he formed another seal with his hands. The unpredictable palm wind shot out like a rainbow. 5 Elemental Divine Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's seal was extremely terrifying. Now that Jiang Chen's strength had broken through consecutively, the 5 Elemental Divine Dragon Seal had become even more terrifying. As it collided with Dongfang Lianshua's, the aura of both of them became extremely cold. After the wind and lightning, neither of them was able to completely suppress the other. On the contrary, both of them were evenly matched. "Jiang Chen, you've completely angered me. Today, I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes, and destroy your soul." The veins on Dongfang Lianshua's face bulged. This fellow was actually able to fight with him to such an extent. How could he not feel depressed? He was an expert from the All-Beings Futu Hall. Even the strongest pagoda in the entire divine world couldn't suppress him. How could he put his face? "You want to kill me? Dream on. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as flipping my palm." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Actually, it was quite difficult for him to kill Dongfang Lianshua. Neither of them dared to be certain that they could defeat the other. Even until now, they were just testing each other and had yet to unleash their true killing moves. Jiang Chen knew that Dongfang Lianshua was also aware of this. However, Jiang Chen's words angered Dongfang Lianshua so much that his face turned ashen. Because Dongfang Lianshua was too arrogant, too domineering. He wouldn't allow anyone to be stronger than him. Especially this Jiang Chen, who he should have killed with a single palm strike, was actually standing on the same level as him. "Today, I'll definitely kill you." Dongfang Lianshua took a step forward. His killing intent towards Jiang Chen became even more intense. "That might not be so." Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, "What if I'm included? Don't tell me you won't die today?" A cold voice rang in the ears of Jiang Chen and the others. Han Yan and Lang Qianqian looked at each other. Both of their expressions changed drastically. "Demon Lord Louis." Jiang Chen frowned as he looked at the middle-aged man in purple robes. The middle-aged man stepped on the void and walked towards them. The pressure he emitted was getting stronger and stronger. "Demon Lord Louis?" Jiang Chen murmured. Could this person be the Demon Lord of the Forbidden Area's God clan? His strength was stronger than Dongfang Lianshua's. "Looks like you've made a lot of enemies." Dongfang Lianshua crossed his arms and said with a smile. The Demon Lord of the Forbidden Area's Devil Clan was the leader of a clan. Even Dongfang Lianshua wasn't confident that he could defeat him. "The two of you really disappoint me." Louis XVII looked at Han Yan and Lang Qianqian and sighed. "Lang Mo, you're the person I value the most in my clan. I even favor you more than some of the princes. However, you've betrayed me. It really makes me sad. Qianqian, even you have betrayed me." Louis XVII's words made Lang Qianqian and Han Yan feel a little uncomfortable. Their expressions became even more complicated. Both Han Yan and Lang Qianqian were indebted to Louis XVII for saving their lives. Louis XVI's appearance was a great pressure to the two of them. Han Yan's expression was extremely pained. Jiang Chen could see that Han Yan was struggling. He wasn't a person who liked to owe others. Moreover, he had been living in the Forbidden Area's Devil Clan for all these years. It had to be said that Louis XVII had treated him very well. Han Yan couldn't go against his conscience to say this. However, Han Yan had made countless contributions to the Forbidden Area's Devil Clan. Jiang Chen could see that Han Yan was still filled with guilt towards Louis XVII. Especially now that Han Yan had joined hands with Jiang Chen to kill Louis XVI's son. Han Yan couldn't overcome the guilt in his heart. Lang Qianqian's pretty face was extremely pale. They wanted to leave and never return to the Forbidden Area's Devil Clan. However, they didn't expect to face Louis XVII at this moment. They were filled with guilt towards Louis XVII. "You killed my son and you want to leave just like that? Tell me, Lang Mo, what did I do wrong to you?" Louis XVII said faintly. Chapter 3358. I'm sorry, Supremacy. I'm guilty to the devil race of the Forbidden Ground. I can't betray my brother. Han Yan said in a low voice. "So you can betray me, right? Ha ha ha, I was wrong about you. Both of you leave. I won't kill you, But this guy has to die today. Louis XVII said. Jiang Chen could tell that Louis XVII was deliberately putting on a front for Han Yan and Lang Qianqian so that they would feel guilty and blame themselves. Lang Mo, were we really wrong? Lang Qianqian lowered her head and murmured. She was speechless for a moment. Her supremacy still couldn't bear to kill them, yet they had betrayed her. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. It's my own choice. What I owe you and Qianqian owe you, I'll repay you today. Han Yan's pupils constricted. He moved his palm and hit the top of his head. Fool! Jiang Chen appeared in a flash and grabbed Han Yan's wrist. Why are you so stupid? Is there anything that can only be solved with death? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Han Yan glanced at Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen could see the guilt and self-blame in Han Yan's heart. He could also see the endless struggle in Han Yan's eyes. The one who should die should be me, Lang Mo. I don't want you to owe him anything. I don't want to see you suffer. From today onwards, Honorable Lord, I will bear all the sins alone. Although we didn't do Prince Louis's death, we are responsible for it. Let's return this life to Prince Louis. From now on, Lang Mo will not owe you anything. I will repay you in my next life. Lang Qianqian said in a low voice. At this moment, the dagger in her hand had already pierced into her chest silently. Even Jiang Chen did not notice the slightest movement. However, her qi was already dying. Moreover, Lang Qianqian wanted to die because she did not have the face to face Louis XVII and she could not bear to see Lang Mo feeling guilty. That's why she did this. No, no, no. Han Yan's pupils constricted, his face was deathly pale. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably as he hugged Lang Qianqian tightly. Their gazes met. The smile on Lang Qianqian's face was so calm, so relieved. At this moment, she had already fantasized about it, but she didn't expect the ending to be like this. Initially, she thought that she would be able to spend the rest of her life with Han Yan, but now, it seemed that it was impossible. I don't want you to die. I don't want you to pay for me. Why are you so stupid? Han Yan muttered as a wisp of icy cold tears flickered in his eyes. All of this was too sudden, and it caught him off guard. He had committed a crime, yet Lang Qianqian had to pay for it on his behalf. At that moment, Han Yan, who had always placed great importance on relationships, felt as if his heart had died. What a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Hee. How can you return my favor just because you say so? How can you pay for my son's death? Louis XVI's eyes were cold. He struck out with his palm, wanting to shatter Lang Qianqian's soul. If that happened, Lang Qianqian would completely disappear. Get lost! Jiang Chen shouted angrily as he dragged Lang Qianqian's soul into the great Yu soul-forming light. At that moment, the coldness in Louis XVI's eyes became even colder. Han Yan looked at Louis XVII with a complicated expression. He did not expect Louis XVII to destroy Lang Qianqian's soul. He did not even want to give her a chance to be reincarnated. Louis XVII, I hate you! I hate you! Han Yan shouted with all his might, but he knew that it was impossible for him to kill Louis XVII, even though he was not a match for him. Han Yan turned around and roared like a madman. His heart-wrenching voice made Jiang Chen's heart ache, because Han Yan was his brother. I did not kill him, but he died because of me. Louis Zhenyi's death was definitely related to him, and Lang Qianqian's death was also related to Louis Zhenyi. No matter what, Jiang Chen felt a trace of guilt in his heart. Yan had never been in such pain before. That kind of feeling was worse than death. It was even more painful than Jiang Chen. I'm sorry, Yan, Jiang Chen murmured. He felt a little sad because of Han Yan's pain, because his heart seemed to have died at this moment. Han Yan disappeared into the void. At this moment, Yu Jingxian held Jiang Chen's hand tightly. She knew that Jiang Chen was also full of self-blame. This matter is not your fault. Yu Jingxian was afraid that Jiang Chen would not be able to get over it. However, Jiang Chen was still clear-headed and nodded. At this moment, they were not out of danger yet. Han Yan had left, but his life was uncertain. One was the demon king of the devil race. The other was a peerless expert of the Buddha temple. At this moment, Jiang Chen was surrounded by enemies. It was getting more and more difficult for him to survive. This is the result I want. Sometimes living is more painful than death. The faint smile on the corner of Louis XV's mouth made Jiang Chen's eyes filled with killing intent. However, He knew how difficult it was for him to fight against two mid-divine emperors. Even if he could fight with his life on the line, Yu Jingxian would most likely become an innocent victim. You will definitely get what you deserve. Jiang Chen clenched his fist tightly. This battle would decide his life and death. Demon Lord Louis, we are on the same side now. Hee, why don't we join hands and kill him? Dongfang Lianshua smiled faintly. It's my pleasure to have the help of the experts of the Buddha Temple. Louis XVII glanced at Dongfang Lianshua. At this moment, the two of them hit it off. They only had one goal, to kill Jiang Chen. At this moment, two divine emperor experts. Yu Jingxian's face was incomparably pale. This battle was a matter of life and death. It was very likely that they would not be able to move a single step. Then let's fight. I want to see if you can kill me, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood with his sword. His eyes were cold. These two fellas were exerting absolute pressure on him. Following the death of Lang Qianqian and the departure of Han Yan, Jiang Chen's heart was as calm as still water. Since you want to die so much, I'll grant you your wish. Death is the end of all your troubles. However, I want you to never be reincarnated. You'll have to experience eternal torture. Death is not so easy. Humph. Louis XVII rose with a flick of his sleeves. He and Dongfang Lianshua closed in on Jiang Chen almost immediately. It was easy to imagine how fierce this battle would be. Chapter 3359. Jiang Chen knew that this battle was unavoidable. He had to persevere to the end no matter if he lived or died. The two mid-divine emperors were extremely powerful. Whether it was the demon sovereign of the Forbidden Land or the peerless experts of the Buddha Temple, none of them were weaker than Jiang Chen. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for Jiang Chen to break out of the encirclement. Jiang Chen didn't have the absolute confidence to defeat these two fellows. A man's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Being able to rule the devil race for countless years, this devil sovereign was the scariest one. Jiang Chen couldn't even figure out his background. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, then you can win 100 battles. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen was completely suppressed by these two. Although Jiang Chen was fearless, he had to admit that he would definitely lose this battle. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pointed it at Louis XVII and Dongfang Lianshua. Both of them were incomparably arrogant and conceited. As the dignified reverend of the devil race, he was naturally arrogant and conceited, but he did have the right to be so. Jiang Chen slashed down with his sword. Louis XVII caught the sword with one hand and pushed Jiang Chen back. Jiang Chen became solemn. Although the demon sovereign had not reached the late divine emperor realm, he was still extremely terrifying. At least, Jiang Chen felt that the demon sovereign was much stronger than Dongfang Lianshua. Louis XV's palm turned into a fist and rushed towards Jiang Chen. A terrifying aura was emitted from his fist. Jiang Chen used his sword to block the attack, but was forced back 100 meters. His face looked incomparably solemn. Me too. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Lianshua's imposing aura shot into the sky like a rainbow and was unstoppable. He held the Overlord's spear in his hand as it pierced through the sky and overturned the heavens and the earth. As he soared through the sky, a single spear strike shattered a myriad of lights. Jiang Chen retreated step by step. A terrifying qi was rolling towards him. Under the joint attack of these two men, Jiang Chen was forced to retreat again and again. Louis XVII flicked his sleeves and his dragon robe swept across. Jiang Chen was hit by the dragon robe and staggered backwards. Dongfang Lianshua's qi was at its peak. His long spear swept across the void, almost blocking all of Jiang Chen's escape routes. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in one hand and the cold river sword in the other. He struck out one strike after another, producing deafening rumbling sounds. The heavens and earth seemed to be trembling. The birds and beasts in the entire Thunder Rush mountain range were frightened and retreated thousands of miles away. Yu Jingxian's face turned pale. Jiang Chen was in a declining state and it was getting more and more difficult. It seemed like the two of them were too terrifying and she couldn't do anything to help them at all. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Chen casted the Soaring Dragon Technique and instantly raised his strength to the mid-divine emperor realm. However, he was still in a passive position as the two of them were too powerful. Although Jiang Chen was able to withstand their attacks, it was still extremely difficult for him to launch a counterattack. The two of them were extremely powerful. The ancient soaring dragon technique made Jiang Chen constantly overdraft his life force. Especially in this realm, forcibly increasing his strength was tantamount to pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Therefore, Jiang Chen must cherish every moment and would not leave any chance for his opponents. The mightiness of the dragon soaring technique had allowed Jiang Chen to turn the situation around. Even though he was fighting against two enemies at the same time, he was still able to fight back and forth. This had shocked Louis XVII and Dongfang Lianshua. This guy was just too abnormal. One should know that the two of them were already famous figures in the Divine Land. They were respected existences in the Divine Land, but Jiang Chen was able to fight against two enemies at the same time. Even Dongfang Lianshua's eyes were filled with ferocity. If he were to fight against Jiang Chen to the end, it would be hard to tell who would be the winner. However, the arrival of Louis XVII made it easier for him. Now that the two of them had completely suppressed Jiang Chen, he was neither servile nor overbearing. He was still fighting to the end. The terror of the ancient soaring dragon technique made the two of them even more serious. They dared not give any chance to Jiang Chen. "Boy, I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeves. It seems that I have underestimated you." Dongfang Lianshua sneered and said. The divine spear setting sun and the soaring rainbow once again suppressed Jiang Chen. Rays of piercing cold light pierced through the void. Jiang Chen retreated again and was completely suppressed by Dongfang Lianshua. Jiang Chen's situation became more and more difficult. Louis XVII was even more terrifying than Dongfang Lianshua. Every move of his seemed to be quite hesitant, but the seemingly slow moves made it impossible for Jiang Chen to avoid them. That kind of chasing after the deer was truly terrifying. One punch after another hit on Jiang Chen's shoulder and the heavenly dragon sword. The impact almost caused great damage to Jiang Chen's internal organs. "Bastards, these two damn guys," Jiang Chen said while gritting his teeth. The pressure in his heart was at its peak. At this time, he understood that his crisis had finally arrived. Limitless sword. 17th blade. Jiang Chen's sword once again displayed its dreadful mightiness. The limitless sword. Limitless sword. The current Jiang Chen had also improved the limitless sword through step-by-step deduction, deducing the 17th sword. The dreadful qi was much stronger than the 16th sword. It was even several times stronger than before. The sword technique was cunning and unstoppable. Countless sword shadows wreaked havoc, almost piercing through the voids. What a troublesome little guy. Louis XV's eyes gradually turned cold, and the coldness at the corner of his mouth became more obvious. At this time, he was finally going to display his true strength. This early divine emperor brat had indeed surprised and shocked him, but it would not be easy for him to survive from his hands. Black Demon Saint Yuan Qi. Louis XVII formed a seal with both hands and a terrifying thunderbolt Yuan Qi constantly expanded from his hands, almost sweeping across the sky. "Go to hell!" Louis XVII raised his hands in the air and stood there calmly, but Jiang Chen acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He retreated step by step with a solemn expression. The 17th blade collided with Louis XVII's Black Demon Saint Yuan Qi. The terrifying power completely pushed Jiang Chen back, but it did not injure Jiang Chen. On the other hand, Louis XVII remained calm, but the coldness in the depths of his eyes was even more frightening. "Good boy, you can actually block my Black Demon Saint Yuan Qi. It seems that you have made me more and more curious." Louis XVII and Dongfang Lianshua approached each other again. Two destructive auras made it impossible for Jiang Chen to hide. At this moment, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and used his sword to flatten the 4 seas and 9 provinces. However, he was still unable to block the attacks of the two. Under the impact of the two attacks, Jiang Chen was sent flying and his injuries were quite severe. "This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Go to hell." Dongfang Lianshua's eyes were as cold as ice. At this moment, Jiang Chen also slowly gathered the 4 heavenly lightnings together. However, at this moment, a black-clothed figure rushed out and stood in front of the two of them. He said calmly, "Let's go." Chapter 3360. A deep voice shocked Jiang Chen. He couldn't see who the black-clothed man was, but his qi was much stronger than Louis XVII. Jiang Chen could feel a great pressure coming from the black-clothed man, but this pressure wasn't directed at him, it was directed at the other two people. Jiang Chen couldn't see the man's face clearly, and he couldn't see his appearance. A deep voice sent Jiang Chen away, but Jiang Chen knew that this person was at least a friend and not an enemy. You are? Jiang Chen asked in confusion. You don't need to know who I am. Just leave them to me, and you can leave. The black-clothed man said faintly. Jiang Chen frowned. He really wanted to know who this person was. However, the current situation did not allow him to stay any longer. Jiang Chen nodded his head heavily and pulled Yu Jingxian with a serious expression. He then quickly ran away from the scene. Want to leave? Not so easy. Dongfang Lianshua sneered. He wanted to chase after Jiang Chen, but he was blocked by the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man pushed him back, causing him to stagger. Dongfang Lianshua was stunned. You're courting death. Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of my Buddha pagoda? Dongfang Lianshua roared and said angrily. Who I am is not important. What's important is that it's impossible for you to kill him. The black-clothed man blocked Jiang Chen's way. Louis XVII and Dongfang Lianshua couldn't do anything about it. Do you really want to go against us? I'm the lord of the Devil Clan in the milk-forbidden land. Who are you? Louis XVII said in a deep voice. I've already said that it doesn't matter who I am. If you want to deal with him, you'll have to go through me first. The black-clothed man stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the two with disdain. Dongfang Lianshua and Louis XVII looked at each other and nodded silently. It seemed that if they didn't get rid of this reckless guy, it would be impossible for them to chase after Jiang Chen. Stubborn fellow, the black-clothed man said calmly. When he attacked, he fought one against two. Even when Louis XVII and Lianshua of the East joined forces, they were unable to shake him at all. The black-clothed man seemed to have taken root in the ground, and he could easily retreat with his blade. Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian ran for tens of thousands of miles before they stopped. Jiang Chen looked back and felt very complicated. Although he was not completely defeated in this battle, both of them would suffer great losses in the end. The appearance of the black-robed man had helped him solve this problem perfectly. Jiang Chen knew that it was not a good place to stay, so he had to leave quickly. As for who the black-clothed man was, Jiang Chen really wanted to know, but the result was not something he could imagine. The black-clothed man's strength was comparable to Louis XVII's. If he let him go first, then he must be very confident in himself. Although he did not know who it was, Jiang Chen was still grateful. We finally escaped. Yu Jingxian's face was full of smiles. Although it was full of bitterness and they were separated, they were still alive after all. However, Jiang Chen's expression was not good. Yu Jingxian knew that it must be because of Han Yan's departure that Jiang Chen felt guilty. Now that Han Yan was nowhere to be found, Jiang Chen's heart was naturally filled with sorrow. Let's take a good rest tonight. We will set off tomorrow. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Jingxian and forced a smile. He did not want Yu Jingxian to worry about him. What happened to Han Yan was not your fault. You don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. I don't want to see you in so much pain. Yu Jingxian held Jiang Chen's hand. Her eyes were filled with concern. Jiang Chen nodded. The two of them found a cave to hide from the wind and rain and finally took a rest. However, when Yu Jingxian woke up the next day, she found that Jiang Chen was nowhere to be found. At that moment, Yu Jingxian's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to have a bad premonition. Beside her hand, there was a piece of sound transmission jade slip. It was also a message that the entire Green Feather Clan wanted her to bring back, Mother Lei and son. Yu Jingxian trembled as she slowly picked up the piece of sound transmission jade slip. When you woke up, I was already gone. I'm sorry, Second Mother, I still like to call you that. The current me is not that strong, I don't have that much time, and I don't have that many thoughts to think about those things that I shouldn't think about. Since I love you, I will admit it. From the moment we met in the Chilean region, I have already fallen deeply in love with you. Sometimes, it's not difficult to love someone, but it's more difficult to admit it. Because since I have admitted it, I will give you more responsibility and protection. But the current me can't do it. I hope that one day, I will be able to do it. If you follow me, you will face too much pressure, too many dangers. There are many things that you don't know about me. There are the expectations of my family, the entrustment of my friends, and the waiting of my lover. When I rise to the top, I will definitely come back to marry you. Don't miss me, Jiang Chen. The moment Jiang Chen left, he had already decided that he still had a tough road ahead of him. Even he didn't know if he could persevere to the end. Little Yu and Sister Ning were missing. Qingqing was in danger. Jiang Chen was burdened with hatred and lost his lover. How could Jiang Chen's heart be at peace? If he kept Yu Jingxian by his side, it would only make him feel more pain and unbearable. Jiang Chen knew that from this moment onwards, he would be a fearless person. He would step onto the stage of the Central Region Divine Land to find the one he loved. The only promise he could give Yu Jingxian was to let her wait silently and confess her love to him. Why? Why didn't you even say goodbye to me? Why? Yu Jingxian clutched her chest tightly. Incomparable pain and heart-wrenching pain. Her cries reverberated in the valley. She thought that she had made peace with Jiang Chen and finally had the chance to be with him. But the ending was still beyond her imagination. Looking at the mother and son, Yu Jingxian didn't have any thoughts. Because even if there were 10 or 100 of them, they couldn't be compared to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was the love that she had been chasing for her whole life. Yu Jingxian didn't know how many things Jiang Chen had to do. She didn't know how much love and hatred he had to bear. But she was willing to bear it with him. She wouldn't regret it even if she died. But Jiang Chen wasn't willing to do that. Because if he did that, it would put Yu Jingxian in danger. Chapter 3361. Soul Rejection. Chapter 3360. Soul Rejection. Jiang Chen looked back. At this moment, his heart was filled with more pain than anyone else. However, the road ahead was still filled with difficulties and obstacles. It was still a bottomless abyss. He could only endure the pain alone and move forward. This was something that no one could help him with. Only by relying on his own hands and his own efforts, Jiang Chen would be able to step onto the peak and save the woman he loved. How could he put Yu Jingxian in such a situation? He had no idea how to predict the current crisis, and there were dangers everywhere. What he wanted more was to find the girl who had once moved his heart with his most sincere love when he became the ruler of the 9 heavens. Jiang Chen took a step forward and did not look back. As he turned around, the wind howled and the cranes screamed. The road ahead was full of unknowns and dangers. 3 years later, in the Qianghua mountain range, dark clouds surged, wind and thunder gathered. A luxurious palace stood high up in the sky. A clear spring flowed down from the top of the mountain. Birds and beasts were roaring in the forest. Bamboo was everywhere. The night was long and windy. A white-clothed woman with a composed expression sat upright on a piece of white jade ice stone above the clear spring. Her long hair was like a waterfall, and she was as beautiful as a goddess. Her jade-like fingers were peerlessly agile, and in her palm was a white jade zither. Faint sounds of the zither filled the sky, and it caused one's heart to feel relaxed and happy. The lady in white looked calm. Many white shadows were holding long swords in their hands. They stepped on the clear spring and danced like dragonflies touching the water. It's lonely at the top, dancing with the shadows. The long sword pierced through the air, turning into a dragonfly. With a sweep of the sword, the water rippled and the spirit spring surged, turning into ripples of water that intertwined with the 9 figures in white. In the end, the sword curtain was broken, and the clear spring flowed, turning into a rain of ice flower swords that traversed the void. "I'm still a little bit off," the lady in white said as she finished playing the guqin. She slowly opened her eyes with a hint of helplessness on her face. Her beautiful eyes flickered with green light. Her eyes were filled with arrogance. The lady in white looked up at the Ling Yun cave. She squinted her eyes and murmured, "Emperor Realm? I don't know when I'll be able to break through to the Emperor Realm. Don't tell me it's hopeless in this life? Haha, Lord Futu, what should I do to be as powerful as you?" Extending her hand, the white-clothed lady pressed towards the space above. However, no matter what she did, she couldn't break open the lady's spiritual sea. She wanted to seize the initiative of the lady's spiritual sea, but in the end, she failed. In the depths of the lady's spiritual sea, there was an incomparably stubborn soul. Furthermore, as time passed, the strength of the lady's spiritual sea grew stronger and stronger. It was already extremely difficult for her to trap the lady, but fortunately, she was still able to do it. She pushed the lady's soul into her spiritual sea and firmly trapped it. Her 9 attempts had all ended in failure, so her soul force was unable to make any further breakthroughs. As the disciple of the Buddha dragon and elephant, she had to be stronger than anyone else, more terrifying than anyone else, and more determined than anyone else. I don't believe that my 9 revolutions zither melody still won't be able to break through the barrier of your spiritual soul. Even if you have that stubborn old fogey protecting you, I won't let you have your way. The white-clothed lady smiled with a hint of confidence on her face. She was the disciple of the Buddha dragon and the lady who had kidnapped Yan Qingqing back then, Yun Gayao. Let's see how long you can last under the 9 revolutions zither melody. Yun Gayao charged forward. At this moment, Yan Qingqing's spiritual soul had already been forced into a corner. Even with the last trace of Princess Duan's spiritual soul barrier protecting Yan Qingqing's spiritual platform, Yun Gayao still had a way to make Yan Qingqing her own. However, it would take far too long to do so. But this time, Yun Gayao had to give it a try. This was one of the few chances that she had. Not long ago, her master had already sent a message to her, telling her to report to the sacred mountain as soon as possible. Therefore, she didn't have much time left. The 9 revolutions zither melody was one of Yun Gayao's most proficient techniques. It was also the most terrifying spiritual attack. Using the zither melody to break through Yan Qingqing's spiritual soul barrier was her best chance. Yun Gayao had been waiting for this moment for a long time. If she still couldn't completely fuse with Yan Qingqing's spiritual soul, then it would basically be impossible for her to break through to the Emperor realm. Yun Gayao soared into the sky. Yan Qingqing was sitting in the Lingyun cave. Her complexion was rosy and her face was thin, but she didn't feel any sense of danger. However, at this moment, her spiritual soul was guarding the perimeter, repelling all the spiritual soul force outside. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Yun Gayao to fuse with Yan Qingqing's spiritual soul. I'd like to see how long you can last. If it wasn't for that man, perhaps your soul force would have already sunk to the bottom and collapsed. Men are really annoying things. Yun Gayao said coldly. She shifted her gaze, and the 9 white-clothed figures turned into streaks of white light and entered Yan Qingqing's mind. In an instant, Yan Qingqing opened her eyes, which were as cold as frost. That kind of coldness was extremely terrifying. She treated everything without any feelings, as if she was 1,000 miles away from everyone. You've actually become stronger again. Yun Gayao frowned as she murmured. Her cultivation had already reached the early divine emperor realm, but the most terrifying thing about her was her soul. It was filled with a cold murderous aura. Yun Gayao's 9 revolutions zither melody and the 9 strands of soul energy were unable to penetrate her soul barrier at all, even if they were able to penetrate through it. Damned fella, Yun Gayao said in a deep voice. Her beautiful eyes flickered. Yan Qingqing's spiritual soul force had actually grown to the same realm as her. However, her spiritual soul force seemed to be frozen together. Even Yun Gayao found it hard to believe. Her spiritual soul force was constantly growing, but the rejection towards the outside world was also extremely strong. Yun Gayao knew that it must be because she had tried to fuse with Yan Qingqing's spiritual soul force several times, which caused her spiritual soul force to reject Yan Qingqing. Yun Gayao still didn't give up. The 9 streaks of spiritual soul force kept attacking Yan Qingqing, but the response she got was the same. The rejection of Yan Qingqing's spiritual soul force was something that even Yun Gayao's late divine emperor realm soul force couldn't do anything about. It must be that old hag Duan. Otherwise, her spiritual soul force wouldn't be so strong. At this moment, Yun Gayao frowned. At this moment, she felt an unusual aura, which seemed to be approaching Mount Xianghua at an extremely terrifying speed. Who has such a big deal to come to my Mount Xianghua and cause trouble? Chapter 3362. I won't let you wait for too long. Yun Gayao squinted her eyes. Her 9 revolutions zither melody had already lost its effect on Yan Qingqing. However, she was able to invade the surroundings of Yan Qingqing's soul and force her into a deep slumber. Yan Qingqing had not woken up for a very long time now, but her strength and soul power were continuously growing. This was the most terrifying thing. This should be the inheritance of Princess Duan, which was gradually fusing into Yan Qingqing's body. Although Yun Gayao wasn't able to control Yan Qingqing's soul power, she could still control her. This was also one of Yun Gayao's strengths. The 9 revolutions zither melody's control over Yan Qingqing was still real. However, the invisible soul rejection caused Yan Qingqing's condition to be in an extremely mysterious state. At this moment, even if Yun Gayao wanted to continue invading Yan Qingqing's soul, she did not have the time to do so, because the aura that she had sensed previously had already arrived at Mount Xianghua. It's him. Yun Gayao's heart moved. She had already sensed who that fella was. It was Yan Qingqing's man, Jiang Chen, that reckless fella. At this moment, Yan Qingqing still did not move at all, like a beauty that had been in a deep slumber for thousands of years. Are you trying to snatch me away? You're really too full of yourself. You're just an early divine emperor, and yet you dare to come here to seek your own death. Love is indeed magical. He, but it's a pity that you're too weak. Yun Gayao murmured with a hint of coldness at the corner of her mouth. But suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. Where is my love? I've finally found you. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a cold smile. He stood on the white jade ice rock with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked at the Lingyun cave above the void with a cold and disdainful gaze. A white-clothed figure appeared above Jiang Chen's head, and a white silk appeared in the void. Yun Gayao stepped on the white silk as if she was walking on flat ground. The white silk swept downwards, stirring up waves and ripples on the water curtain. Ice arrows shot out, piercing towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression did not change. He stretched out his hand and struck out a seal. The force of a thunderbolt was like a gushing spring, causing the entire void to freeze. The 5 elemental divine dragon seal turned into a terrifying fire dragon and rushed out, melting all the ice arrows. As the ice melted and snow melted, the void became silent, as if it was still in chaos. You finally appeared. Jiang Chen faintly spoke, coldly staring at Yun Gayao. This person's strength gave him an extremely great pressure. But since Jiang Chen was here today, he planned to fight to the death with Yun Gayao. He would definitely not hesitate. Even if he had to pay with his life, he wouldn't hesitate. He absolutely couldn't allow Qingqing to always be under her control. To Qingqing, this was simply too much. He didn't dare to guarantee that Qingqing would be worry-free for the rest of her life, but at the very least, he wanted her to be happy. Seems like you're really unwilling to give up until you reach the Yellow River. Do you think that with your current strength, you're strong enough to challenge me? You're truly naive and adorable. Back then I didn't kill you, but now you still dare to court death. I really can't help but admire your courage. Yun Gayao laughed, a playful expression on her face. She seemed to be teasing Jiang Chen. If you could kill me back then, would you have shown mercy? Don't make yourself sound so noble. Since I'm standing here today, it means that you're not far from death. Jiang Chen's countenance was calm as he spoke. Jiang Chen was confident that he could defeat her in this battle. At the very least, he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Qingqing was currently in danger, and she was the only person he knew about. Hence, Jiang Chen would definitely not let Yan Qingqing suffer any more grievances. I'm just afraid that you don't have the ability to do so. Do you think that it's so easy to get to Mount Jasper Mountain? Do you think that you can escape from my palm with just your strength? What an arrogant fellow. I really don't know where you got the courage to challenge me. Even if I'm alone, how can you be my opponent? Do you know who your enemy is now? Not only me, but also the entire Central Region Divine Lands Buddha Pagoda. I have to say that your strength has indeed risen very quickly. Even I am filled with shock. However, you're still too weak. You want to show off too much. You're just an early divine emperor. What qualifications do you have to fight me? If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as blowing off dust. Yun Guyao sneered. Don't be so full of yourself. Perhaps you'll kneel down and beg for mercy in front of me after this battle? Jiang Chen stared at Yun Guyao. He was already prepared to fight. If he didn't kill this fellow, he definitely wouldn't be able to save Yan Qingqing. Don't you want to know what happened to your woman? Yun Guyao said in an extremely feminine tone. If you've already killed her, then you wouldn't be here talking nonsense with me. So, you still can't do anything to her, right? I believe that with Qingqing's soul power, she won't yield so easily. More importantly, she still has the inheritance of Princess Duwan in her body. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to make her yield obediently. Although Jiang Chen still didn't know Yan Qingqing's situation, he guessed that Yun Guyao wouldn't make Qingqing yield so easily. Otherwise, she wouldn't be wasting time here with him. Yun Guyao narrowed her eyes and her expression gradually turned cold. This fellow was really very smart. However, the more he was smart, the heavier her killing intent towards Jiang Chen became. If it wasn't for him, that damned girl wouldn't have guarded her soul sea so firmly, and wouldn't let anyone enter it even if it meant her death. It seems like you have a card up your sleeve. Not bad, as you said, it seems like you're quite smart. However, since you're already here today, then stay here. Her soul sea might collapse completely only if you're dead. At that time, it shouldn't be a problem for me to completely fuse with her. Even if you didn't come, I was planning to look for you. Yun Gayao's eyes became even colder. Her current goal was to kill Jiang Chen. Once Jiang Chen was killed, she firmly believed that Yan Qingqing would completely give up her soul. At that time, all the problems would be easily solved. Yun Gayao's eyes were filled with coldness. Today, it's either you or I who dies, Jiang Chen said coldly as he clenched his fists. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Chapter 3363. The Power of the Dragon Elephant. It was easy to imagine how much Jiang Chen had suffered over the years. He didn't say anything, but it didn't mean that his heart was still as water. He just didn't have anyone to talk to. He could only move forward step by step and grow steadily. Only in this way could he have the chance to take revenge and save his loved ones. Let me see how much you've grown over the years. Yun Gayao's beautiful eyes flashed. The 9-foot white silk in her hand flew across the sky and directly landed on the clear spring jade. Jiang Chen clenched his fists and punched out again and again, blocking Yun Gayao's attacks. The terrifying momentum was unbelievable. Jiang Chen was already incomparably terrifying in his dragon transformation. It was extremely difficult for Yun Gayao to kill Jiang Chen barehanded. Jiang Chen didn't retreat, but advanced instead. His fists were like a rainbow, shaking the heavens and the earth. The white silk flew unhindered, but it couldn't repel Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's overbearing counterattack had already made the white silk in Yun Gayao's hand lose its use. Flames swirled around Jiang Chen's hands, and the azure lotus starfire raged out. His fists were like fire, and the 9 feet of white silk was instantly engulfed in flames. As it burned, Yun Gayao furrowed her brows and took a step back. The 9 feet of white silk in her hand turned into a 3 feet long cyan steel sword. It shone with a cold light and once again attacked. Her sword technique was exquisite, like flowing water. She advanced and retreated steadily without the slightest bit of chaos. Jiang Chen's fists landed on the sword. His attacks were incomparably murderous. His body of flesh and blood was as tough as steel and as hard as metal. Yun Gayao's momentum was also strong. After all, this was her territory. Mount Qianghua was where her training ground was located, and not just anyone could behave atrociously here. 9 Revolution Starlight Sword. Yun Gayao slashed out with her sword, and cold stars flickered. Jiang Chen's body shook, and the divine golden bell covered his body, completely blocking Yun Gayao's attack. Jiang Chen's defense was strong, and he was not afraid of Yun Gayao's attacks. Jiang Chen raised his sword. At this moment, his sword aura became extremely fierce. The heavenly dragon sword turned into a dragon and the dragon's shadow filled the sky, intertwining with the endless cold stars. Yun Gayao did not retreat at all. Sword 17. The limitless sword slashed through all illusions. Yun Gayao furrowed her brows. At this moment, she finally felt how extraordinary this fellow was. He was just too powerful. He was only an early divine emperor, but he already possessed such battle prowess. It was no wonder that he dared to step onto Mount Qianghua and have a life-and-death battle with Herch. The power of Sword 17 shocked Yun Gayao. Although she had blocked the attack with an extremely powerful technique, she had relied entirely on her own strength. If they were at the same level, she would have already been killed by Jiang Chen. However, the power of Sword 17 was still extraordinary. Yun Gayao was the disciple of the Buddha dragon and elephant, so her strength was naturally terrifying. Compared to the mediocre divine emperors of the Central Province Divine Land, she was countless times stronger. But in front of Jiang Chen, the power of Sword 17's sword had filled her heart with shock, and she retreated again and again. Although Yun Gayao managed to block Sword 17, the sword in her hand was already riddled with holes. It had completely lost its previous sharpness. Whether it was the sword aura or the divine weapon itself, Yun Gayao was at a disadvantage in front of Jiang Chen. Good. Looks like I've really underestimated you. Jiang Chen, remember, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Yun Gayao, will never let you off. Yun Gayao's body trembled. Her white clothes fluttered as she soared into the sky. Her jade-like fingers constantly changed, causing Jiang Chen's expression to turn solemn. A terrifying aura rippled out from Yun Gayao's body, causing him to feel nervous. As Yun Gayao stretched out her hand, clear spring water turned into a curtain of rain that blotted out the sky. Jiang Chen raised his blade horizontally, and the heavenly dragon sword slashed through the mortal world. Endless icy rain was swept away by Jiang Chen. The clear spring water dried up, and 10,000 swords flew out of her body. This time, it was Yun Gayao who was in grave danger. Dragon and Elephant Buddha Art. 9 dragons and 10 mammoths, unstoppable through the ages. Yun Gayao's palm could split the heavens and earth, and her eyes shone with a cold light. The dragon and elephant pagoda art had given her strength a huge boost. The 9 dragons and 10 elephants could transform into living beings, but it was different from Jiang Chen's 9 dragons and 10 elephants. Numerous terrifying phantoms appeared in the sky. The 9 dragons roared, and the 10 elephants galloped. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. Jiang Chen's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. 10 years of living beings, 30 years of Buddhas, dragons, and elephants. 60 years of living beings, and less than 100 years of being Buddhas. Dragon and elephant Buddha art. Suppress. Yun Gayao's body shone brightly. She held the 9 dragons and 10 elephants in her hand and descended from the sky, transforming into an unparalleled Buddha venerable with a dragon and elephant. The Buddha venerable came crashing down towards Jiang Chen with boundless Buddhist energy. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Divine Golden Bell. Jiang Chen defended himself. The Eastern Emperor bell buzzed, and cracks appeared on it. The golden light was piercingly cold. In the end, the Buddha art formed by the 9 dragons and 10 mammoths suppressed Jiang Chen. Its terrifying aura made it hard for Jiang Chen to breathe. Is this the strength of the dragon and elephant? Be careful. This fella is the disciple of the dragon and elephant Buddha art. The terror of the dragon and elephant Buddha art is beyond your imagination. Although it's just a figure of the dragon and elephant Buddha art, it's enough to make your mind collapse. At this moment, the ancestral dragon emperor's voice sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. His words were filled with shock. However, he couldn't make a move. Once he did, he would definitely attract strong enemies from all directions, which was tantamount to sending Jiang Chen to his death. Ancient Soaring Dragon Art. Jiang Chen activated the Soaring Dragon technique, causing his strength to skyrocket in an instant. With absolute strength, he was able to resist the suppression of the dragon elephant's strength. However, the terrifying strength still made Jiang Chen suck in a cold breath. It seemed like Yun Gayao was not as simple as he thought. It's useless. No one can break through my dragon and elephant force. Dang! Yun Gayao's voice sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression became incomparably solemn. Between life and death, he no longer had any hesitation. It's either you die or I die. The corner of Jiang Chen's lips curled up coldly. His eyes flickered with a cold light. As he turned around, a terrifying force emerged. Sky Drain Seal, First Seal, Sky Drain Seal. At this moment, Jiang Chen didn't have any hesitation. He executed the Sky Drain Seal. In an instant, an invisible giant palm was formed in the void. The seal was formed and turned into an extremely powerful suppression force, resisting the dragon and elephant force. It didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. This is Sky Drain Seal. Kid, you're really lucky. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice was filled with shock and excitement. Jiang Chen was able to use a trace of Tao essence to execute the Sky Drain Seal. It was extremely terrifying. At least, it was stronger than the dragon and elephant force. This is impossible. Chapter 3364. A terrifying aura permeated the entire peak of Chonghua Mountain. The might of the Howling Heaven Seal destroyed the power of the dragon and elephant. In the end, it turned into a terrifying palm print and pushed Yun Gayao back. Yun Gayao was almost instantly thrown away. Her face was extremely gloomy and her body was trembling. She squinted her eyes and stared at Jiang Chen. Not to mention Yun Gayao. Even the ancestral dragon emperor was shocked. Jiang Chen had unleashed the terrifying Howling Heaven Seal and he had almost won the battle. After unleashing the Howling Heaven Seal, Jiang Chen's strength had greatly decreased. To him, it was extremely exhausting. The surrounding heaven and earth were almost completely sealed. Even Jiang Chen himself was shocked when he unleashed the overbearing Howling Heaven Seal again. After breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm, although he was still unable to control the towering Heaven Tao accumulation, his strength had already improved by leaps and bounds. This time, Yun Gayao was almost unable to fight back. She was suppressed by Jiang Chen's Howling Heaven Seal. The entire peak of Chonghua Mountain was razed to the ground. The mountain water flowed backwards and the blue stones were turned into powder. Above the void, dust was rising everywhere. At this moment, Yan Qingqing, who was sitting cross-legged in the Lingyun cave with her eyes closed, suddenly shivered. Her brows twitched and her eyebrows were tightly knitted. Yun Gayao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her body was already heavily injured. At this moment, she never thought that she would be defeated by an early divine emperor realm fella. It was truly unbelievable. Yun Gayao would never forget that seal. It had almost destroyed all of her beliefs. Even the power of the dragon and elephant could not fight back and was instantly crushed. That seal was earth-shattering and shook the world. Damned fella. Yun Gayao's pretty face was filled with gloominess. She never thought that she would be defeated by a little bastard like Jiang Chen. Now, what else do you have to say? Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches as he looked at Yun Gayao indifferently. He stood proudly and his eyes were filled with dominance. Since I've already fallen into your hands and lost to you, I have nothing to say. Yun Gayao said coldly. Even though she had become Jiang Chen's prisoner, she was still in high spirits and had a lofty and unyielding character. Do you think I won't dare to kill you? Jiang Chen sneered. This woman was simply too self-righteous. Things have already reached such a stage, yet she was still so arrogant. He would definitely get back at her for every single bit of love she had for Qingqing. If you kill me, you'll surely suffer the life and death pursuit of the Buddha's pagoda. My master will surely take revenge for me. Kill me if you have the ability. Yungu Yao Langlang said. Buddhist pagoda? Ha ha ha, the people I killed were from the Buddhist tower. Lu Chongtian, do you recognize them? He is dead. Otherwise, how do you think I know that you are at the top of Chonghua Mountain, under the Lingyun cave? Jiang Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he spoke in a deep voice. You killed Lu Chongtian? Yun Gayao narrowed her eyes. Although Lu Chongtian's strength was inferior to hers, he was still extremely domineering. He was a disciple of the All Lives Pagoda and was the junior brother of Dongfang Lianshua. So what? If it wasn't for Dongfang Lianshua's speed, he would have already died in my hands. Unfortunately, you won't be able to escape today. Jiang Chen's words caused Yun Gayao to sink into silence. This fellow was truly fearless. He even dared to kill people from the Buddha's pagoda. Lu Chongtian's death would definitely incur the wrath of the entire All Lives Pagoda. At that time, once the entire Buddha's pagoda was enraged, Jiang Chen would definitely die a tragic death. But at least he had only offended the All Lives Pagoda. Next, it should be the Dragon Elephant Pagoda. If you kill me, you might never see your wife again. Yun Gayao coldly laughed. Where is she? Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he shouted in a deep voice. The anger in his heart was once again aroused by Yun Gayao. Yan Qingqing's fate was currently unknown. Although Jiang Chen believed that she was definitely still alive, Jiang Chen had no idea where exactly she was. Hence, this was the thing that he was struggling with the most at the moment. The Lingyun Cave's 9-layered soul confusion formation. If you kill me, I'm afraid you might never see her again. Yun Gayao swore solemnly. Then I'll kill you first. Then, I'll see if this formation can trap me. Jiang Chen roared and pointed his sword at Yun Gayao. Then he charged towards her again. His murderous intent was firm and filled with supreme dominance. Brat, how dare you? As Jiang Chen rapidly approached, his sword shadows blurred. When he was only 0.01 centimeters away from Yun Gayao, a whirlwind swept over and forced Jiang Chen to retreat. Terrifying airwaves rolled out. A black-clothed figure came close to Jiang Chen and used a series of palm strikes. His chi was overwhelming, and he directly forced Jiang Chen to retreat. Jiang Chen's expression was cold and pale. The sudden appearance of the black-clothed figure almost caught Jiang Chen by surprise. Under the storm-like attack, if it wasn't for the might of the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's attack would have been crushed. What a terrifying aura! This guy, he's another divine emperor expert. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and stared at the black-clothed figure in front of him. The black-clothed figure's robe fluttered as he stood with his hands behind his back. His long hair covered half of his face, and his cold face was covered with frost. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Jiang Chen, and his battle intent surged. How Yunhang, you're finally here. Yun Gayao said faintly, as if she already knew that this guy would appear. Someone dares to touch you. How can I just stand by and watch? Hao Yunhang said with a faint smile. His expression was calm and incomparably domineering. Then kill him, Yun Gayao said coldly. As long as Jiang Chen didn't die, Yan Qingqing wouldn't collapse. She wanted Yan Qingqing's soul to collapse completely. Only then would she have a chance to take advantage of the situation. All right. Hao Yunhang didn't say anything else. He turned around slowly and looked at Jiang Chen with a calm expression. He clenched his fist and said in a deep voice, "Make your move. Make your move. Otherwise, you won't have many chances left." Hao Yunhang's domineering side made Jiang Chen frown. This guy's strength was stronger than Yun Gayao's. It seemed like he had really encountered two jinxes this time. This battle was getting more and more difficult for him, and it was full of danger. No matter who it is, I'll flatten Mount Qianghua today. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill both. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. Interesting, but it's a pity that your strength is far from enough. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. So what qualifications do you have to challenge me? Do you think that you still have the ability to show off in front of me? Since you've killed the people of the Buddha Pagoda, then I have the obligation to kill you again. Remember, the dignity of the Buddha Pagoda is inviolable. Chapter 3365. Come on, let's see how insufferably arrogant the people of the Buddhist pagoda are. Jiang Chen roared in anger. His battle intent was unparalleled. In his heart, he had an incomparably firm belief. Qingqing was his courage. In this battle, Jiang Chen would face death with equanimity. Even if he were to injure the enemy by 1,000 and himself by 800, he would not hesitate. Hao Yunhang was even more terrifying than Yun Gayao. His fists were filled with explosive power. The power of the dragon elephant was fully displayed. Even Jiang Chen did not dare to say that he was stronger than Hao Yunhang in terms of strength. Under the incomparably fierce collision, Jiang Chen became extremely passive in Hao Yunhang's hands. Previously, when he fought with Yun Gayao, he had forcefully displayed the heavenly destruction seal. His strength had been greatly reduced, leaving only 30 to 40% of it. It was too difficult to fight against Hao Yunhang in his peak state. However, Jiang Chen had no other choice. If he retreated now, it would be difficult for him to find traces of Qingqing. Therefore, in this battle, even if he had to grit his teeth, he had to persevere and fight to the end. Limitless Sword. 17th Sword. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and began the battle once again. Although he was in an extremely passive situation, Jiang Chen had to take the initiative to attack. At this time, if he was suppressed again, it would be even more difficult for him to raise his head. Jiang Chen did not dare to be negligent. Hao Yunhang's fists were like rainbows, each of them fatal. When he punched out, the entire Jade Flower Mountain seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Your sword is my sword. Hao Yunhang turned his hand and punched out. The heavens and earth changed color, overlapping with Jiang Chen's toughness. The incomparably sharp heavenly dragon sword, with its terrifying momentum, finally forced Hao Yunhang to take a step back. Blood dripped from Hao Yunhang's palm as it tore apart Hao Yunhang's attack. However, Jiang Chen's injuries were getting more and more serious. That punch had shaken the mountains and rivers. His entire body, including his internal organs, were shaking violently. That powerful pressure had sent Jiang Chen flying. His face was pale and he spurted out blood. Jiang Chen laughed bitterly. This wasn't a case of harming the enemy by 1,000 but harming the enemy by 800. His injuries were even more severe than Hao Yunhang's. At this moment, Hao Yunhang furrowed his brows as his eyes turned cold. Even though that punch of his was filled with great power, it did not manage to crush Jiang Chen entirely. This caused Hao Yunhang to be extremely enraged. Seemed like this Jiang Chen was truly a tough nut to crack. To think that he would have such a strong defense. Let's see how long you can laugh, humph. Hao Yunhang snorted coldly as he charged forward ferociously. At this moment, his target was to kill Jiang Chen and make him disappear from this world. He had pursued Yun Gayao for hundreds of thousands of years, but he did not receive any response. In order to protect Yun Gayao, he had guarded this Jasper Mountain for 30,000 years. At this moment, he could finally display his skills in front of the person he loved. For Yun Gayao, Hao Yunhang would definitely not show any mercy. Even though he was not a disciple of Buddha Long Xiang, Hao Yunhang's strength and status were not inferior to Yun Gayao's. In the Buddha Pagoda, Hao Yunheng's strength was also ranked in the top. Let's see if you have the ability to kill me. Jiang Chen grinned. His blood carried a hint of bloodlust. Facing Hao Yunheng, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. At most, he would just fight to the death. 5 Elements Divine Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen struck out with the seal. The 5 dragons roared furiously. Flaming dragons wreaked havoc in the sky, covering Hao Yunheng completely. Soaring strike. Shadowless fist. Hao Yunheng roared. A fist and a seal intertwined with each other. Hao Yunheng still had one move. At this moment, Jiang Chen was forced back once again. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and knelt on one knee, looking rather pathetic. I've said it before. You can't do it. Hao Yunheng shook his head. He had already lost his patience with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood up slowly. His eyes were filled with determination. You forced me to do this. Now all of you can die. Jiang Chen clenched his fist. 2 heavenly lightning spirits gathered in his hands. The dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning intertwined with each other. Heavenly lightning? Even though it's strong, it's a fool's dream to kill me with just 2 heavenly lightning. Hao Yunheng said disapprovingly. Is that so? In that case, what about this? Jiang Chen smiled and spat out a heavenly lightning spirit. It was the Jia Yu Drought heavenly lightning. At this moment, Hao Yunheng's face turned solemn. 3 types of heavenly lightning were actually fusing in Jiang Chen's hands. The terrifying might indeed gave Hao Yunheng quite a bit of pressure. Let's see how long you can laugh. You can fuse heavenly lightning too? Hee hee, you're just seeking your own death. Before Hao Yunheng could say anything, Jiang Chen spat out the 4th heavenly lightning spirit from his mouth, the 1000 flame destruction thunder. What? That's impossible. Such a terrifying power of thunder pierced through the void in an instant. The 4 bolts of thunder gradually fused together at this moment. Hao Yunheng's initial disdain turned to solemn. And now, his expression changed drastically. His expression was rather complicated. 4 heavenly lightning. He actually fused all 4 heavenly lightning together. How is this possible? Yun Gayao murmured, her eyes filled with shock. She had originally thought that Jiang Chen was dead for sure, but now it seemed that the battle was far from over. Each of these 4 bolts of heavenly lightning was stronger than the last. Moreover, they were gradually fusing together. In their eyes, this was simply a fantasy. It was self-evident how violent the heavenly lightning spirit was. Fusing the power of 4 bolts of heavenly lightning was simply courting death. However, Jiang Chen had done it. Moreover, he seemed to be doing it with ease. The fusion of the heavenly lightning spirit made him look even more confident. This, Yun Gayao and Hao Yunheng exchanged glances. Both of them felt an extremely terrifying pressure. That invisible deterrence made them feel the threat of death. It was a terrifying fusion of heavenly lightning. A black death lotus gradually condensed in Jiang Chen's hand. Both of them took a step back subconsciously. However, Jiang Chen didn't retreat. Instead, he stared at the 2 of them. The death lightning lotus in his hand was already aimed at the 2 of them and blasted down. Yun Gayao and Hao Yunheng didn't have any way to deal with it. They could only defend passively. However, this attack was simply too terrifying. The death lightning lotus started to move faster and faster when Jiang Chen tossed it into the void. Both Hao Yunheng and Yun Gayao's faces turned pale. The aura of death permeated the surroundings of the 2 of them. At this moment, the death lightning lotus formed by the fusion of 4 heavenly lightning finally bloomed completely. Despair was written all over their faces. At this moment, the entire Jade Flower Mountain shook. The terrifying energy fluctuations almost caused the entire sky to fall into a deathly silence. Chapter 3366. Run. Hao Yunheng's expression was incomparably hideous. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to run as far as he could. The terrifying might had already engulfed them, almost sealing off the entire sky. Yun Gayao felt the same way. She could sense that Jiang Chen's attack seemed to be unstoppable. Such a terrifying death lotus bloomed quietly at that moment, and they had nowhere to hide. The fusion of 4 heavenly lightnings was Jiang Chen's most terrifying technique. It was almost on par with the Howling Sky Seal, and it might even be stronger. Currently, Jiang Chen was still unable to completely control the Tao essence, so the might of the howling sky seal was probably a little weaker than the fusion of 4 heavenly lightnings. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already made up his mind to kill them. If he didn't kill these two, he would definitely not be able to find Qingqing with peace of mind. Even if there was a formation obstructing him, Jiang Chen had no scruples. Go to hell! Jiang Chen bellowed angrily. At this moment, the Death Lotus bloomed completely, and a terrifying explosion seemed to have blasted a hole in the void. With the entire Jasper Mountain as the center, mountains and ravines were formed tens of thousands of miles away. The first to bear the brunt of the impact were Yun Yao and Hao Yunhang. The two of them were almost instantly blasted away. The explosive force completely sealed the two of them within, and they had nowhere to hide. Double Sky Fist. Hao Yunhang knew that he couldn't just sit and wait for death. He threw out a punch, which was his strongest technique. However, the punch was instantly turned into nothingness by the strange Death Lotus. Hao Yunhang was forced to retreat, and he was completely dumbfounded. 9 Revolutions Zither Music. Yun Gayao also burst out with the last of her strength. If she just sat and waited for death, then the two of them would die even more thoroughly. The zither music turned into sharp blades, shooting up to the sky. However, the fusion of Jiang Chen's heavenly lightnings was too terrifying, so terrifying that it made the two of them lose their will to fight. Countless heavenly lightning bolts descended from the sky, lighting up the entire sky in the blink of an eye. Ripples spread out, and Yun Gayao and Hao Yunhang bore the brunt of it. They were completely engulfed by the terrifying Death Lotus, and they were completely powerless to fight back. After a long time, Yun Gayao held a primordial origin treasure-level wind-riding bell in her hand. The wind-riding bell had already been torn to pieces. As the wind blew past, it turned into stone powder in an instant. Yun Gayao and Hao Yunhang had just barely survived the ordeal. However, the two of them had completely lost the ability to fight, and they were almost out of energy. This guy is a devil. Hao Yunhang's complexion was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. After surviving a calamity, the two of them were already restless and extremely shocked. Trash. They will always be trash. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. He coldly looked at Hao Yunhang and Yun Gayao. At this moment, he had also completely lost the ability to fight. It was already impossible for him to fight the two of them. However, his myriad chi body was rapidly recovering, and at least it allowed him to maintain his composure. The fusion of the 4 heavenly lightnings had consumed an unprecedented amount of energy for Jiang Chen. It had almost completely drained Jiang Chen's body. He was already very relieved that he hadn't fainted. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. Let's wait and see. Yun Gayao's eyes were wide open, and her beautiful eyes flickered. At this moment, her beautiful figure had already disappeared, but it still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. Yun Gayao and Hao Yunhang quickly retreated, and in an instant, they disappeared into the sky. Jiang Chen didn't chase after them, because he was almost at his limit. Puff! After Yun Gayao and Hao Yunhang left, Jiang Chen finally couldn't bear it anymore. He spurted out 3 mouthfuls of blood, and sat on the ground. He no longer had the heroic appearance from before. Fuck you. Even though I have fused with the 4 heavenly lightning spirits, it's still hard for me to continue. Looks like I can't easily use the 4 heavenly lightning spirits in the future. Jiang Chen wiped the sweat off his face as he murmured. Shortly after, he also almost fell down. However, he knew that he couldn't stop. Yan Qingqing must be here. He could sense that the woman he loved was on Mount Chonghua. Qingqing, wait for me. Qingqing. Jiang Chen followed her step by step, and used his spiritual energy to search the peak of Mount Chonghua. Finally, he found a strange place. It was above the Lingyun cave. Just as Yun Gayao had said, there were 9 great formations here, and they were all bewildering formations. It was extremely difficult to break through them. However, that was only for others. For Jiang Chen, this formation might not exist in name, but he could at least break it in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen's expression was grave as he started to break the formation. In just a short moment, he had broken through the so-called 9 bewildering formations. In the Lingyun cave, Jiang Chen took a step into it. At that moment, he was completely stunned. Yan Qingqing was sitting on the stone platform, but her eyes were tightly shut. However, she was still alive, and her life was not in danger. For Jiang Chen, this was already enough. At the very least, All the effort he had put in today was incomparably worth it. Qingqing, Jiang Chen called out, and went straight for Yan Qingqing. However, at this moment, Yan Qingqing suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were brimming with vigor, and she quickly retreated, avoiding Jiang Chen's embrace. Yan Qingqing frowned slightly, and her gaze gradually turned cold as she stared at Jiang Chen. "Who are you? Who am I? Don't you recognize me again?" Jiang Chen's brows were tightly knitted together. Yun Gayao had already been forced to retreat by him, and she had almost died here. She should no longer be able to control Qingqing's soul. Then, was the current Yan Qingqing still herself? Jiang Chen could see that the gaze didn't seem to belong to Yan Qingqing. Jiang Chen's heart suddenly ached. Where did Yan Qingqing, whom he loved the most, go? Why was her gaze so unfamiliar, yet so familiar? Jiang Chen could see that the gaze indeed belonged to Yan Qingqing, but the vigor was no longer there. Moreover, it seemed to be 1,000 miles away from him, which made Jiang Chen feel even more pain. Jiang Chen wanted to take a step closer, but she was filled with vigilance against him. That ice-cold gaze pierced into Jiang Chen's heart, and he was at a loss for what to do for a moment. "Have you really forgotten about me? Or is it that your soul no longer belongs to you?" Jiang Chen murmured. At this moment, when they reunited again, he felt as if his heart was being stabbed by a knife. Why must the heavens always tease me like this? Chapter 3367. Jiang Chen stared at Yan Qingqing for a long time. However, her unfamiliar gaze made Jiang Chen's heart filled with sorrow. It was as if she was a stranger to him. That kind of cold-blooded gaze that had never been in contact with him deeply pierced Jiang Chen. He didn't know why everything turned out like this. The perfect ending that he was looking forward to made him sink deeper into the abyss. What exactly did that venomous Yun Gayao do to her? Jiang Chen didn't know, but he was filled with sorrow. Everything seemed to have returned to how it was in the beginning. However, Jiang Chen knew that as long as she was still alive, there would be a chance to turn things around. Jiang Chen felt that he had gone through too many trials and tribulations. Up until now, he had only found Yan Qingqing. Sister Ning and Xiao Yu's whereabouts were still unknown. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that he was a failure, but there was nothing he could do. He could only choose to forge ahead in silence. Yan Qingqing was still here. No matter what she became, Jiang Chen would never choose to leave her. This time, he would never let go of her hand and let her suffer the pain alone. "I don't understand what you're talking about. Do we know each other?" Yan Qingqing's cold voice made Jiang Chen feel incomparably uncomfortable. He forced a smile and nodded. "We used to be very good friends. Our friendship is as deep as the ocean." "Don't make it sound so mushy. I don't even know who you are, and I don't know if we know each other. I don't trust anyone." Yan Qingqing Lang stared at Jiang Chen. Their gazes became more and more complicated. One was incomparably cold, while the other was incomparably passionate. Jiang Chen finally understood what was the furthest distance in the world. It was when he was standing in front of you, but you didn't know that he loved you. They clearly loved each other, but they couldn't be together. No one could understand that kind of pain. "Then, do you know why you're here?" Jiang Chen continued to ask. It seemed like it would be extremely difficult for him to wake Yan Qingqing up. "What are you trying to say? Even if I forget everything in the past, I will not trust anyone, because there is no one in this world that is worthy of trust. I don't need you to remind me why I'm here. There's someone here who wants to harm me. She captured me here and wants to seal me, but she doesn't have the ability to do so." Yan Qingqing's persistent and firm voice was filled with coldness. That Yan Qingqing who was as tender as honey and passionate as fire had already disappeared without a trace. What replaced her was an icy queen. Jiang Chen really didn't know how long this day would last. If he didn't find Yan Qingqing, she might be like this for the rest of her life. "Forget. So you know you've forgotten a lot of things?" Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and his lips curled into a smile. "I know, but I'm not willing to remember those sad memories. I don't care who you are, but don't think about getting close to me. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death." Yan Qingqing stretched out her hand, and an azure spiritual sword appeared in her hand. She thrust the sword straight into Jiang Chen's chest. Jiang Chen didn't dodge, and the sword hit his chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. At that moment, Yan Qingqing frowned, and her charming face became increasingly gloomy. Why didn't you dodge? With your strength, it shouldn't be to the extent where you can't even dodge this sword, right? Yan Qingqing's gaze was fiery. She didn't know why this man was like this, standing here and pestering her, and saying some baffling words. However, she actually couldn't bear to stab the sword into Jiang Chen's body. This sword should be a stab. It should make me understand that you are in more pain than me. As long as you let me follow you, it's fine. Jiang Chen smiled and said. He didn't care about the pain. What he cared about was that Yan Qingqing would change her mind. He knew that the current Yan Qingqing, her body, consciousness, and soul all belonged to her. However, why did it become like this? It was unimaginable. Baffling. Yan Qingqing said coldly. She pulled out the azure spiritual sword from Jiang Chen's chest, and turned around to leave. Jiang Chen followed Yan Qingqing without any hesitation. Her actions were like a thread in his heart, pulling him along. Everything that happened on this mountain was caused by you? That woman who wanted to kill me was also chased away by you? Yan Qingqing frowned, and looked at Jiang Chen, as if she was waiting for his answer. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. Yan Qingqing hesitated for a moment, as if she was thinking about something. However, Yan Qingqing's eyes were still as cold as ice, as if she had no feelings for anyone or anything. If you like it, then follow me. Yan Qingqing turned around and walked towards the foot of Mount Jasper. Jiang Chen also revealed a happy expression. It seemed like she didn't reject him anymore. At least she knew that he was caught by a bad woman. As for what happened after that, Jiang Chen didn't know. Therefore, Jiang Chen also didn't know what happened after that. However, he could only choose to follow Yan Qingqing nows. Yan Qingqing traveled for 3 years. She slept in the open and ate in the wind. Jiang Chen followed behind her without saying a word, silently protecting her. Yan Qingqing also knew about Jiang Chen's existence, but she didn't know what this man wanted to do. Why did he follow her? Did he really go to Mount Jasper to save her? Or did he have other intentions? Yan Qingqing pondered in her heart. However, she didn't trust anyone because it was in her nature to keep people at a distance. Yan Qingqing was very strong. Even Jiang Chen was surprised by her strength. Both of them were early divine emperors. However, Jiang Chen could not see through Yan Qingqing's spiritual energy. Could it be that she had already broken through to the sovereign realm in terms of soul power? Yan Qingqing was no longer as cold to the man who followed her in the past 3 years. No matter what reason he had for following her, Yan Qingqing felt a sense of security. She should hate Jiang Chen, but when he appeared beside her again and again, their invisible existence had formed an indescribable tacit understanding. Why are you following me? Yan Qingqing sat on the peak of the mountain and murmured. The wind whispered into Jiang Chen's ears. Because of love. Yan Qingqing was slightly stunned by Jiang Chen's words. She didn't even know what love was. Then what are you going to do? Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing from afar and asked. I'm going to find someone. Someone who can make me feel at ease. Chapter 3368. Then do you think I can do it? Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Yan Qingqing. His eyes were filled with sincerity and passion. The person I'm looking for is a woman, not a man. Yan Qingqing's words made Jiang Chen even more depressed. Woman? You're looking for a woman? I want to find both of them. In my memory, I have 2 sisters. One is called Wu Ningzhu and the other is Yan Chenyu. Yan Qingqing's voice was indifferent. However, Jiang Chen's expression became solemn at this moment. His pupils shrunk as he looked at Yan Qingqing. His heart was filled with bitterness. She still remembered Yan Chenyu and Wu Ningzhu, but why did she forget about me? Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. He felt extremely distressed, but he had no other choice. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and a silhouette was formed. It was Yan Chenyu. At this moment, Yan Qingqing's pretty face turned slightly cold. She stared at Jiang Chen silently. She couldn't understand why a person who had nothing to do with her would know the appearance of the sister she was looking for. Is it her? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. How did you know? What else do you know? Tell me, otherwise, I'll kill you. Yan Qingqing waved the azure spiritual sword in her hand again and pointed it at Jiang Chen. I can bring you to her. Jiang Chen smiled and said. If you lie to me, I'll make you die a graveless death. Other than my 2 sisters, I don't trust anyone. Yan Qingqing's words finally comforted Jiang Chen. At least she wasn't a cold-blooded person. At least she still remembered her sister in her heart. I hope I won't disappoint you one day, Jiang Chen said. Yan Qingqing pondered for a moment. She did not know where her two sisters were. However, she could only choose to follow Jiang Chen for now. As long as she could find her sisters, everything would be worth it. Although Yan Qingqing didn't trust Jiang Chen, she knew that he wouldn't harm her. Instead of searching aimlessly, it was better to follow Jiang Chen. At least he knew of her existence, so he must know where she was. I'll give you 10 years. If you can't find my sister, I'll kill you and leave alone. Yan Qingqing and Jiang Chen made a gentleman's agreement. All right, 10 years it is. Believe me, she must be in the Central Plains Divine Land, Jiang Chen said firmly. At that moment, Jiang Chen quietly turned around. He was not only saying this to Yan Qingqing, but also to himself. 10 years, he would definitely find Xiaoyu in 10 years. No one missed Xiaoyu more than him. No one could understand how much Jiang Chen missed her. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with tears. He had mixed feelings in his heart. It was Xiaoyu who connected the two of them. Jiang Chen cherished this moment even more. He hoped that Yan Qingqing could recover as soon as possible. Until now, Jiang Chen did not know why Yan Qingqing became like this. If he wanted to find out the reason, he would be treated as an enemy by Yan Qingqing. Moreover, she did not trust anyone. It seemed that no one was worthy of her trust. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yan Qingqing's words made Jiang Chen extremely excited. He was like a child who received a reward from his mother. Jiang Chen smiled brightly. After waiting for 3 years, she finally got rid of her grudge against him. Although they did not trust each other, at least they were no longer enemies. Yan Qingqing knew that Jiang Chen saved her. At least he would not harm her. However, she did not know what Jiang Chen's intention was. Jiang Chen was in a good mood. He brought Yan Qingqing to walk in Kunshan County. His goal was to go to the core of the Central Plains Divine Land to find the enemy of the craftsman god, who was his own senior brother who betrayed the sect. However, Jiang Chen heard the news about Xueqi when he was resting in a city along the way. I heard that the sword-drawing sect is recruiting a young swordmaster this time. It's very likely that they are looking forward to the birth of a new unparalleled divine sword. That's right. I heard that countless sects in the Kunshan prefecture will be heading to the city of 10,000 swords this time. The birth of a new swordmaster will definitely bring the sword-drawing sect's strength to new heights. There are countless divine swords in the sword-drawing sect. I wonder what outstanding talents will be showing off in the sword sacrifice on Mount Li this time. There's no need to talk about the affiliated sects of the sword-drawing sect under the Kunshan County. I heard that the two strongest people in the periphery this time are Li Wuhui and Xueqi. Xueqi, who was dressed in a white robe as white as snow, and Li Wuhui, who was dressed in a black robe as cold as light. The brilliance of these two people is probably better than the experts of the affiliated sects under the sword-drawing sect. However, only 7 people will be selected. It's really a gathering of heroes. The sword sacrifice of Mount Li this time will probably be the most exciting in millions of years. I heard that even the young experts of the barbarian divine land have come. Their goal is also to become the swordmaster this time. It will definitely be a sumptuous feast. Jiang Chen was resting in an old building in the city when he happened to hear these words. Could it be that Xueqi has the same name? Jiang Chen did not think so. It seemed that he would have to make a trip to the sword-drawing sect this time. Regardless of whether that person was Xueqi or not, Jiang Chen had to find out because he wanted to find the true meaning of the sword. The sword-drawing sect was the largest sword sect in the Central Region Divine Land. It was able to stand tall in the Central Region Divine Land for so many years. Even the old sects like the Eastern Emperor sect avoided them. Jiang Chen had always wanted to go to the sword-drawing sect to see if his sword could become the most terrifying sword. He needed proof. The limitless sword was already extremely terrifying in the hands of Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen knew that his state of the sword still needed to be improved and evolved bit by bit. The limitless sword was endless. Jiang Chen's sword could make the sword a part of his body. The state of the sword was what he had been pursuing all his life. Therefore, he must not miss such a terrifying sword sect event. Let's go to the Kunshan County, the city of 1,000 swords first. Jiang Chen glanced at Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing's expression was cold and unmoving like a mountain. She did not seem to object, but she did not agree either. Jiang Chen took it as her tacit agreement. After resting, the two of them set off again. Yan Qingqing did not speak along the way. Even after she agreed to follow Jiang Chen to look for Yan Chenyu, the two of them did not exchange more than 10 sentences. Jiang Chen knew that as long as her heart was still here, he would give her an explanation. Chapter 3369. Every time when Jiang Chen tried to envelop her with his soul power, she would show a terrifying resistance. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was very cautious every time. After a few experiments, Jiang Chen knew that her soul defense was too strong. She did not allow anyone to enter her world, not to mention her inner world. No one could violate the thoughts in the depths of her soul. As time went by, Jiang Chen stopped testing Yan Qingqing. He was afraid that if he was discovered by her, he would not be able to explain himself. In the Kunshan prefecture, the biggest place was the Thousand-Sword City. There were mountains in the city, there was a sect in the mountain, and there were thousands of sword principles in the sect. Jiang Chen had heard about how terrifying the sword-drawing sect was. Previously, Tantai Jingzong had told him that the fossil sect was just a subsidiary sect of the sword-drawing sect. One could imagine how powerful the sword-drawing sect was. The Thousand-Sword City, as the name suggested, was named after the sword-drawing sect. This terrifying sword-drawing sect stood on the top of the central region Divine Land for thousands of years. No one knew how terrifying the sword-drawing sect was. Jiang Chen even wondered if there were Emperor Realm experts in the sword-drawing sect. Just like what the ancestral Dragon Emperor had said, there were still Emperor Realm experts in the divine world. They just did not want to show their faces. Most of the time, they would cultivate in silence. After breaking through the Emperor Realm, their pursuit would become more elusive, or more uncertain. It would be extremely difficult to break through the Emperor Realm and achieve something. It was better to believe than not. Therefore, Jiang Chen was still in awe of the sword-drawing sect. After all, the sword-drawing sect was a great sect in the central region Divine Land. A pagoda and a palace occupied the two sides, the Silver Ocean 8 Extremes Mountain in front, the witch clouds covering the sun, the sword-drawing Star River, the drunken beacon smoke. Jiang Chen hoped that he could experience the terror of the sword-drawing sect this time. Xueqi, where are you now? Is this you or not? Looking at the huge city of 10,000 swords, which stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, Jiang Chen was amazed that the sword-drawing sect was in the middle of the city. Outside the city of 1,000 swords, numerous experts had gathered. However, Jiang Chen had already reached the Divine Emperor realm. Even for the people of the central region Divine Land, Jiang Chen could be regarded as a grandmaster. Those who would participate in the sword sacrifice of Mount Li this time should also be in the Divine Emperor realm. Xueqi should have already reached the Divine Emperor realm. Therefore, the sword sacrifice of Mount Li must not be easy for Jiang Chen. Standing on the top of the mountain, Jiang Chen looked at the peak of the void. A faintly discernible sacred mountain appeared in the sky. It was boundless. Jiang Chen seemed to see endless radiance shining in his eyes. The illusory sacred mountain was like a broken sword, lying horizontally there. The terrifying sword might shocked the heavens. Under the heavens, no one dared to disobey it. It's really magnificent. There seems to be something in the city of 10,000 swords that attracts me. Jiang Chen murmured, but his eyes were bursting with a strong radiance. Jiang Chen, it's you, Jiang Chen. A deafening shout sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. At that moment, Jiang Chen also frowned. This voice was extremely familiar, but it also filled Jiang Chen with hatred. Ha 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 ha, it's really you. I didn't expect you to appear here. I really didn't expect it. A domineering shout lingered in Jiang Chen's ears. As Jiang Chen turned around, his eyes gradually narrowed. Jun Tianqiu. Jiang Chen would never forget this person. However, he would never forget Jiang Chen even more. When he was reincarnated, he was killed by Jiang Chen. He had never thought that he would meet Jiang Chen again today. Jiang Chen was the one who killed Jiang Chen. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. As the strongest genius of the Jun family, Jun Tianqiu's strength was beyond doubt. The current Jun Tianqiu was no longer the Jun Tianqiu of the past. Jun Tianqiu had been waiting for this day for too long. Once upon a time, he wanted to break the void to find Jiang Chen. He hated that he didn't have the strength to do so, so he had been waiting silently. As the saying goes, the heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. Finally, he found Jiang Chen. This time, he definitely won't let this guy go. Jun Tianqiu had never thought that he would meet his destined rival in this competition. It was truly a coincidence, but even so, Jun Tianqiu's eyes were firmly locked on Jiang Chen. The hatred between them couldn't be explained in a few words. Jiang Chen's eyes were fixed on Jun Tianqiu. The hatred between them couldn't be explained in a few words. Jun Tianqiu's strength had already reached the mid-divine emperor realm. His appearance had undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on Jiang Chen. To Jun Tianqiu, Jiang Chen was the first person who destroyed his faith. It was precisely because of the battle in Saint Origin World that he became stronger and stronger. His current strength of the mid-divine emperor realm had made him invincible. At least in the Jun family, and even in the entire Kunshan prefecture, there weren't many people who could reach his level. Those who could compete with him were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Jun Tianqiu stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also stared at Jun Tianqiu. Both of them knew that this battle was inevitable. Jun Tianqiu had been waiting for this battle for too long. He was even impatient. He believed that his destined rival was Jiang Chen. He had to defeat him and kill him in order to untie the knot in his heart. To Jun Tianqiu, this battle wasn't just a battle of life and death, but also the key to whether he could break through to the emperor realm in the future. Therefore, Jun Tianqiu was determined to win. "You've made me wait for so long. I've been looking for you for so long," Jun Tianqiu said indifferently. "Yeah. So you're here to die again?" Jiang Chen said coldly with a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth. "Your words are still as arrogant as ever. However, I don't dare to compliment your strength." Jun Tianqiu shook his head. "If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. If I can kill you a second time, I can kill you a third time. Who do you think will die today?" Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest, staring at Jun Tianqiu. The confrontation between the two of them was already frightening enough. "You're very confident, but today you're doomed to die here," Jun Tianqiu said with incomparable confidence. "I always believe in an old saying, the one who laughs last is the one who laughs the best," Jiang Chen said. "All right, let's begin then. Only by killing you can I get rid of my inner demons. Jiang Chen, die. I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Chapter 3370. To Jiang Chen, Jun Tianqiu's existence wasn't important. Jun Tianqiu was just a stepping stone for him to become a true expert. However, the significance was completely different for Jun Tianqiu. It was Jiang Chen who gave him a fatal blow. It was Jiang Chen who made him feel the terror of geniuses. It was Jiang Chen who destroyed his reincarnation body. He was the most terrifying genius of the Jun family. He was the most overbearing and terrifying genius that emerged in the Jun family after the immemorial era. However, he still fell in the end. That was why the Jun family didn't hesitate to pay a huge price to give Jun Tianqiu 9 reincarnations to regain his golden body. However, one of his reincarnations turned him into the target of Jiang Chen's wanton slaughter. In Saint Origin World, Jiang Chen's strength had completely destroyed him. Therefore, he had to fight Jiang Chen to the death. Without the reincarnation golden body, Jun Tianqiu's strength was only at the mid-stage divine emperor realm. Otherwise, he would have been at least a late-stage divine emperor after merging his 9 reincarnations. He might even have the ability to reach the sovereign realm. However, that was just an if. There was no if in this world. He was still no match for Jiang Chen. But it was different now. Jun Tianqiu's strength had already reached the mid-divine emperor realm. He was confident that he could tear Jiang Chen to pieces if he were to face Jiang Chen again. He would take revenge for the fact that he was killed by Jiang Chen in the past. The hatred of life and death was absolutely irreconcilable. It was something that no one could understand. Therefore, Jun Tianqiu had always had a mental barrier in his heart. If he didn't get rid of Jiang Chen, he would never be able to reach the peak. Jun Tianqiu and Jiang Chen looked at each other. He knew that it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill Jiang Chen with his current strength. But now, he could finally take revenge for the sword strike he suffered in the past. If an expert wanted to ascend to the peak, he must have no resentment in his heart. Only in this way could he become a supreme existence. Therefore, Jiang Chen was too important to Jun Tianqiu. Jun Tianqiu must kill Jiang Chen with his own hands. Only in this way could he dispel the hatred in his heart and eradicate the devil in his heart. I'm afraid that you don't have the strength to do so. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. It was undeniable that Jun Tianqiu was very strong and extremely terrifying, but he wasn't someone that could be provoked easily. Jun Tianqiu must be dreaming if he wanted to kill him here. To Jiang Chen, the fated battle between the two was finally coming to an end. Jiang Chen wouldn't hesitate to kill Jun Tianqiu and the Jun family. Only in this way could he get rid of future troubles. Jun Tianqiu deserved to die because he had committed countless crimes. The Jun family had given him a chance to bring chaos to the secular world and start a massacre. How could Jiang Chen let him live? At this moment, their eyes gradually intertwined with each other. Their auras were rising constantly. This battle was bound to be earth-shattering. Early Divine Emperor Realm? Hehe. You want to fight me? I'm afraid you don't know that I have already reached the minor connecting heaven realm. You are only an early Divine Emperor, yet you haven't reached the minor connecting heaven realm. How can you fight me? I've even killed a mid-stage Divine Emperor or a grand connecting heaven realm expert, let alone you? Your confidence in yourself is really touching. This isn't Saint Origin World anymore. Do you still think you can change your fate and kill me? Once upon a time, the sea couldn't be water, and Mount Wu couldn't be clouds. Once upon a time, you were the chopping block and I was the meat on the chopping block. But now, I am the chopping block. You are destined to die without a burial place. Jun Tianqiu held a green divine sword in his hand, pointing it at Jiang Chen. He was incomparably domineering, ready to erupt with terrifying battle intent at any time. How can a loser be courageous? No matter what happened in the past, if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. I will completely destroy your confidence, and I will also completely obliterate the Jun family. I will strangle the danger in the cradle. After I kill you, I will set foot on the Jun family and erase the Jun family from the divine world. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He slowly drew out the heavenly dragon sword. His face was incomparably solemn. This battle wasn't going to be easy. The current Jun Tianqiu was no longer the same as before. He was no longer the Jun Tianqiu that Jiang Chen killed in one strike in Saint Origin World. The truth will let you know who is the weakling, said Jun Tianqiu indifferently. Jun Tianqiu said faintly. At this moment, the sparks in their eyes had already burst out. This battle was imminent. It's useless to say more. Make your move. Otherwise, you will die very miserably. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile. As you wish. Jun Tianqiu harumphed coldly. He took a step forward, shattering the void. His face was gloomy. This time, he was going to destroy Jiang Chen's soul and make him unable to reincarnate. This sword is called the Gentleman's Sword, but it only slays gentlemen. Jun Tianqiu's sword slashed across the four seas. Above the horizon, a 10,000 zhang sword light rose from the sky. It was incomparably terrifying, as though a crack had appeared in the sky. Jiang Chen's expression was calm and incomparably cold. He raised his sword and swung the heavenly dragon sword horizontally. Two incomparably magnificent sword chi and sword light intertwined. The heavens and earth changed color, the wind and clouds rose one after another, the myriad of phenomena went berserk, and the heavens and earth were overshadowed. The battle between Divine Emperor experts was absolutely earth-shattering. Jun Tianqiu and Jiang Chen were constantly intertwining in the void. The Gentleman's Sword and the Heavenly Dragon's Sword collided with each other. Sparks soared into the sky and splashed in all directions. The winds and clouds changed. Everyone's eyes outside the City of Thousand Swords were focused on the void, watching Jiang Chen and Jun Tianqiu. The battle between the two was too shocking. A battle between Divine Emperor experts might not be unprecedented, but it was extremely rare. Those Divine Kings and Hierarch experts were looking forward to it, hoping to gain some experience from the battle. So strong. I'm afraid that the strength of these two people is beyond the early Divine Emperor realm. Such a terrifying battle broke out outside the City of Thousand Swords. It seems that the two of them have a deep grudge against each other. Otherwise, why would they start fighting here? That's right. But the battle between Divine Emperor experts is really wonderful. Ha ha ha, I believe that one day, I will also become a Divine Emperor expert. It's easy to say. It's not like you don't know how terrifying a Divine Emperor expert is. Even in the Central Region Divine Land, there are only a few Divine Emperor experts. Which one of them isn't a powerhouse in the world? But then again, who are these two people? One of them seems to be the peerless genius of the Jun family, Jun Tianqiu. Countless people looked at the void. Jun Tianqiu was a famous mid-divine emperor expert. He was the strongest existence in the world. This battle had attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 3371. At this moment, a few true experts did not show themselves. Instead, they were observing in the dark. The sword festival of Mount Li had attracted far too many people this time. Countless god kings and god kings had come to watch the battle, hoping that it would be of help to them and allow them to make breakthroughs in their cultivation. That person can't be a nobody. Otherwise, how could he be on a draw with the prodigy of the Jun family? However, this person has never appeared before. There are no traces of him. Even if we want to know who he is, we have no way of finding out. Looks like the experts of the world are indeed not something we can know. Countless experts have been living in seclusion for thousands of years. Suddenly, they appear and shock the world. Everyone was trying to guess Jiang Chen's identity because his strength was too powerful, causing people to be afraid of him. There were no divine emperors in the world who were unknown to the world. Because they didn't know that Jiang Chen's rise was just too fast. No one could believe it, let alone know about it. Even the countless disciples in the city of 10,000 swords were watching the battle silently. The sword sacrifice of Mount Li was looking for a new sword master. There were a total of 9 sword masters in the city of 10,000 swords and the sword drawing sect. When a sword master died, a new sword master would be chosen to replace him. The previous sword master had died many years ago and there was no chance to find a new sword master. Hence, they were looking for a new sword master during the sword sacrifice of Mount Li. Above the 9 sword masters was the sword drawing sect's sect master. The 9 sword masters must be in the divine emperor realm. Moreover, the strength of the 9 sword masters was closely related to the entire sword drawing sect. If the 9 sword masters joined forces, they could even overrule the sword drawing sect master. It was enough to show how terrifying the sword master of the sword drawing sect was. The disciples of the sword drawing sect were extremely solemn. It was possible that one of these 2 people would become the most powerful sword master in the entire sword drawing sect. Anything was possible. No one knew who the person who was fighting against the peerless genius of the Jun family was. However, a cold and elegant woman stood amidst the sea of people. She was silently looking at the figure in the void. At that moment, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She didn't even know how to face his existence. "Why are we reunited here?" Tan Tai Jingzong murmured. She was the representative of the stone sect and one of the few divine emperors in the sect. If she could become the sword-drawing sect's swordmaster, the entire stone sect would rise to become a great sect. It was equivalent to clinging on to the sword-drawing sect and becoming a family. By then, who would dare to offend them? Tan Tai Jingzong had completely awakened and had broken through to the divine emperor realm. She was the most promising candidate for the sect. However, when Tan Tai Jingzong saw Jiang Chen appear, she knew that it was difficult for her and him to avoid the fate of engendering and restraining each other. Jiang Chen had a lot to do with Tan Tai Jingzong being able to come out of the divine tomb at the bottom of the sea. It could be said that without Jiang Chen, she would not have survived. She really did not want to face Jiang Chen, but she had to fight for the position of the swordmaster in the sword sacrifice of Mount Li. Although she was not Jiang Chen's opponent in the past, she was no longer the same as before. Everyone was changing, getting stronger, and advancing silently. "I hope we won't be the final opponent." Tan Tai Jingzong's heart was filled with incomparable bitterness. Now that she had completely awakened, she was no longer the Tan Tai Jingzong of the past. There were many things that even the fossil sect didn't know. In her inherited memories, she was destined to become someone who could change the world. At this time, the battle between Jiang Chen and Jun Tianqiu had also reached a white-hot stage. Both of their strengths were similar. Even though Jiang Chen was an early divine emperor, he was no weaker than Jun Tianqiu. This made Jun Tianqiu extremely angry. At this time, he was determined to kill Jiang Chen and establish his prestige in this battle. After entering the City of Thousand Swords, his reputation would rise along with it. Most importantly, Jun Tianqiu knew that if he killed Jiang Chen, his strength would have a qualitative leap. He would definitely be 10 times or even 100 times stronger than he was now. "Jiang Chen, go to hell. Gentleman's sword. Falling petals have intentions." Jun Tianqiu roared. He rose to the sky with his sword. The sword light oppressed the void, causing it to crack inch by inch. At this time, Jiang Chen was not to be outdone. The coldness in his eyes became even more intense. 17th Sword. Jiang Chen and Jun Tianqiu both slashed through the sky. Two figures rose from the endless dust. Terrifying airwaves pushed back countless onlookers, but Jiang Chen and Jun Tianqiu still stood in the middle. When the dust settled, the eyes of the two of them shone with incomparable coldness. They both wanted to kill each other without leaving any leeway. However, in the end, neither of them could do anything to the other. It's really terrifying. The peerless genius of the Jun family is really terrifying. That unknown expert is really terrifying. He's fighting Jun Tianqiu with the strength of an early divine emperor. You should know that Jun Tianqiu is a mid-divine emperor. He's a terrifying existence even in the central region divine land. Let's see who's stronger now. The city of 10,000 swords hasn't even opened yet, but we've already witnessed such a terrifying battle. Looks like I didn't come in vain today. Ha ha. But at this moment, Jun Tianqiu didn't stop. The two of them intertwined and collided like two meteorites colliding. A fiery red tornado swept across the sky and wreaked havoc on the mountain peak. If I don't kill you today, I, Jun Tianqiu, am not a human. Jun Tianqiu took a step into the sky. His silhouette constantly enlarged and the noble sword in his hand became unparalleled. Jiang Chen used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps and rose into the sky. Their clash constantly changed the weather outside the city of 10,000 swords. The walls of the city of 10,000 swords seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It's against the rules for the two of you to fight outside my city of 10,000 swords. An incomparably indifferent voice resounded in the void. A white-robed elder stepped on a green cloud and separated Jun Tianqiu and Jiang Chen with a raise of his hand. That kind of terrifying pressure was something that Jiang Chen had never felt before. Jun Tianqiu was no exception, staggering 2 steps back. The white-robed elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing a faint smile on his face, as if he could change the color of the heavens and earth and turn them into ashes in an instant. Chapter 3372. I'm Jian Wu, the great elder of the sword-drawing sect. I wonder if the two of you can stop for my sake. You'll have a chance to fight after entering the city of 10,000 swords. What do you think? Jian Wu said with a smile. At this moment, even Jun Tianqiu knew that he couldn't win this battle. As long as Jian Wu was here, he wouldn't be able to win. Jian Wu separated the two with just one palm. Who could be his enemy? At least, Jun Tianqiu knew that he didn't have the ability to do so. Conservatively speaking, Jian Wu's current strength had reached the great connecting realm of the mid-stage Divine Emperor realm. One should know that the gap between the Divine Emperor realm and the God Emperor realm was huge not only because of the difficulty of the Emperor realm and the lack of spiritual energy, but also because there were very few experts who could reach the Emperor realm. More importantly, in the Divine Emperor realm, each realm was divided into the Minor Connecting Realm, Great Connecting Realm, and Great Perfection. Currently, Jiang Chen was at most equivalent to the Minor Connecting Realm of the early Divine Emperor realm. It was extremely difficult for him to cross the mid-stage Divine Emperor realm. The God Emperor realm had the Great Connecting Realm, but no one knew who could reach the Great Connecting Realm. This step was an insurmountable gap for many people. Jiang Chen also looked indifferent. Even the great elder of the city of 10,000 swords had come out. If they continued to fight, they wouldn't be participating in the sword sacrifice of Mount Li for the selection of the swordmaster, but to cause trouble. The great elder of the sword-drawing sect. Oh my god, even the great elder of the sword-drawing sect has come out. It seems that the battle between the two is really intense. Yeah, it seems that Jun Tianqiu of the Jun family is quite influential. Ha ha. The great elder of the sword-drawing sect, a mid-stage Divine Emperor realm and an early-stage Divine Emperor realm, were separated by just one palm. How strong is he? I can only describe him with one word, unfathomable. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. It seemed that their trip this time was not in vain. Even the great elder of the sword-drawing sect had appeared and even intervened to stop the fight between the two. Jun Tianqiu was famous for his incomparably domineering style, while Jiang Chen was a nobody. This battle would push Jiang Chen to the pinnacle of the Central Plains divine land. At the very least, he would be able to establish a firm foothold and let everyone know of his existence. This was Jiang Chen's goal. He used this opportunity to display his might to let the entire world know of his existence. He also let Xiao Yu know that he was already in the central region Divine Land, silently waiting for her to appear and searching for traces of her. Jiang Chen's mind raced. He knew very well that today's battle would be very difficult. It wasn't just Jun Tianqiu. Jun Tianqiu was just one of his opponents. The truly terrifying ones were those who hadn't appeared yet, including those super experts who had been famous for a long time, who wanted to become the sword master of drawing sword sect for the sword sacrifice of Mount Li. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen's back from afar. She always felt that this person's figure was constantly jumping and overlapping in her mind. However, she still kept him at arm's length. It was a kind of resistance from the bottom of her heart. It was the same for everyone, not just Jiang Chen. Yan Qingqing even wondered why there was no one else in her memory except for her two sisters. Jiang Chen obeyed her and swore to her, but she didn't know how to face him. What did this person like about her? Was it because he loved women, or because he really missed her? Yan Qingqing didn't know. No one could get close to her, and no one could gain her trust. She was like a cold-blooded animal, without feelings or trust. Yan Qingqing's heart was as still as water. She was like a bystander, unmoved by the outside world. There was only one belief in her heart, and that was to follow Jiang Chen and find her sister. Consider yourself lucky, Jiang Chen. Don't let me see you again. I, Jun Tianqiu, swear that this time you will die without a doubt. Jun Tianqiu stared at Jiang Chen. If it weren't for the great elder of the sword-drawing sect, he would have killed Jiang Chen here. In that case, I'll let you live for a few more days. Great elder, this should be in line with the rules of the sword-drawing sect, right? Jun Tianqiu looked at Jian Wu and said. Jun Tianqiu had the strong backing of the Jun family, so he was naturally not afraid of Jian Wu. However, the strength of the Jun family was still inferior to the sword-drawing sect, but the difference wasn't big. Otherwise, Jun Tianqiu wouldn't have been so blunt in front of Jian Wu. Ha ha ha, good. Young Master Jun worries too much. This is very good. This old man can't thank you enough. Haha, the two of you, there will be a battle in the city of 10,000 swords. Let's go. After saying that, Jian Wu folded his hands and left. There was a touch of indifference in his eyes because he didn't think that Jiang Chen could defeat Jun Tianqiu. This guy was just lucky. He just happened to appear here, so he naturally couldn't ignore it. Wouldn't letting the battle outside the city of 10,000 swords be a slap to the face of the sword-drawing sect? I hope you're not baseless. If you want to kill me, your current ability is completely insufficient. Jiang Chen said lightly. You'll pay for your arrogance today. I'll settle old and new grudges together. You'll know how to die when the time comes. Jun Tianqiu's face was cold. Countless spectators were a little disappointed. They originally thought that they would witness a battle between mid-divine emperor experts, but who would have thought that it would be cancelled out by an elder of the sword-drawing sect? The battle of the city of 10,000 swords was not something that everyone could see. If one wanted to see the glory of a divine emperor, one's strength must at least reach the hierarch realm to be invited. The sword-drawing sect was located inside the city of 10,000 swords. At that moment, Jiang Chen looked at the boundless mountains and mist of the sword-drawing sect. He was quite shocked. The city of 10,000 swords was actually an unparalleled sect protection formation. There was a formation within a formation, and the sword-drawing sect was also a formation. Even Jiang Chen was incomparably solemn. There might be an expert in the sword-drawing sect. This formation was so terrifying that even Jiang Chen didn't dare to say that he could break it. It seemed that the sword-drawing sect had a profound foundation. No one dared to underestimate them. Chapter 3373. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. Although they couldn't enter the sword-drawing sect to watch the battle, they couldn't hide their excitement. Including Jiang Chen and Jun Tianqiu, there were a total of 8 people who had reached the Divine Emperor realm outside the city of 10,000 swords. They followed the great elder of the sword-drawing sect and entered the sword-drawing sect. Only these people were their final opponents. 5 of them were early divine emperors, and one of them was also a mid-divine emperor, similar to Jun Tianqiu. However, Jiang Chen did not notice anything strange about this person. He had silver hair and a silver robe. His silver eyes were cold and indifferent. He was more low-key than anyone else. He did not say a word and just followed behind the great elder of the sword-drawing sect. The group entered the city of 10,000 swords quietly. It was only after entering the City of Thousand Swords that Jiang Chen could see the true face of the majestic mountain range. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the enclosed mountain range. Every part of the mountain range was connected by a formation. It was simply an unparalleled formation that connected the heavens. The mountain gate was mighty and majestic. It was about 100 zhang tall. Green dragons and cranes were hovering around it. Flowers were raining down from the sky. Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably solemn. There were 9 unreachable peaks that were filled with majesty and danger. On the peak of the most central peak, there was an incomparably magnificent palace. The palace was shrouded with immortal mist, looming in the clouds. Everyone, in front of us is the sword court of the sword-drawing sect. Please take a seat. The great elder of the sword-drawing sect said with a smile and took the lead to step into the sword court above the 9 heavens. Below the sword court, the mountain gate of the sword-drawing sect was magnificent. There were countless disciples. It was incomparably magnificent. Jiang Chen looked at these high-spirited youths and couldn't help but think of himself in the past. The current him was filled with endless emotions and couldn't help but sigh. To be able to reach this stage today, Jiang Chen's strength and luck were indispensable. Jiang Chen's strength and luck couldn't be lacking. Yan Qingqing following beside Jiang Chen had attracted a lot of attention, especially Jun Tianqiu, who was extremely envious of Yan Qingqing. Everyone in the surroundings couldn't help but raise their eyebrows, because Yan Qingqing was just too beautiful, especially her frosty face. She was like a high and mighty empress that could only be seen from afar, but not be touched by others. Furthermore, her strength was also extremely overwhelming. No one dared to look down on her. We meet again. Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzong calmly. However, the corners of Tantai Jingzong's lips curled up somewhat bitterly. He was momentarily at a loss for words. I have a whole new level of respect for your strength. Jiang Chen looked coldly at Tantai Jingzong. Are you here to humiliate me? Tantai Jingzong took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Hee, you're thinking too much. You're not worthy of my humiliation. After we leave that place, we're even. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, Even? Can we really be even? Tantai Jingzong asked herself. She knew that she owed Jiang Chen, and it might be difficult for her to repay him in this lifetime. Jiang Chen had saved her several times. Although Tantai Jingzong would never forget that kind of kindness, it was impossible for her to repay him. Perhaps she would have such a chance one day. I, Tantai Jingzong, will never forget what I owe you. This time if I can fight with you, I will spare your life. After Tantai Jingzong finished speaking, she turned around and left with a calm expression. She and Yan Qingqing could be said to be the 2 peerless geniuses of the sword-drawing sect. They were both cold and serious. Tantai Jingzong didn't know what was going on in Jiang Chen's mind, but she couldn't kill Jiang Chen. She wasn't a heartless person, but she was forced to do so. Not everyone could laugh at the world without scruples. Only those who stood at the peak of deities would have the dignity to look down on all living beings. The moment she turned around, Tantai Jingzong and Yan Qingqing's eyes met. Yan Qingqing was also quite surprised. She actually could not tell that the woman beside Jiang Chen was actually this powerful. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. It seemed that Tantai Jingzong was very confident in herself. She was able to break through to the Divine Emperor realm and had such great determination and faith. This time, Tantai Jingzong might really become his opponent. This woman had never revealed herself, even when they left the divine tomb at the bottom of the sea. She feels a little guilty and helpless towards you, and even a little sentimental. Yan Qingqing said faintly. Sentimental? Don't joke around. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing in disbelief. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. After Yan Qingqing finished speaking, she closed her eyes and did not speak anymore. However, it made Jiang Chen smile bitterly. That ice-cold woman would be sentimental about him? Wasn't that a fantasy? Jiang Chen did not believe Yan Qingqing's words. A woman's words could never be trusted, let alone the current Yan Qingqing. She was only able to say that based on her own thoughts. I am the sect master of the sword-drawing sect, Jian Tang. My friends, welcome to my sword-drawing sect. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in brocade robes. He had an imposing appearance and a domineering aura. He slowly stood up and said with a faint smile, An invisible deterrence emanated from him. The domineering aura in his eyes made everyone afraid to face him head-on. The sect master of the sword-drawing sect was a top-notch expert with an extremely high status in the entire central divine land. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. In front of a true expert, his strength was obviously not enough. At least, the sect master of the sword-drawing sect made Jiang Chen realize that his strength was far from the sect master's. Even if he fought with his life on the line, it might not end well. Although Jian Tang, the sect master of the sword-drawing sect, did not exert any pressure on everyone, his pressure made it difficult for them to breathe. This was the power of a powerhouse. It was all-pervasive and impossible to guard against. Even Jun Tianqiu and Tantai Jingzong did not dare to act rashly at this moment. After all, they were nothing in front of Jian Tang. There were 8 mid-divine emperor experts beside Jian Tang. These people were also extremely powerful. Needless to say, these 8 people must be the 8 sword masters. As the mainstay of the sword-drawing sect, the selection of the sword master was of utmost importance. No one dared to look down on them. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 3374. Neither of the two figures was willing to be outdone. They were fighting fiercely and neither could do anything to the other. However, even when they reached the sword court of the sword-drawing sect, there was no clear winner. One of them was Xueqi, whom Jiang Chen had not seen for a long time. He was the white-robed sword god, the successor of the immortal execution emperor. You're finally here. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. It seemed that he had gained a lot this time. Not only did he see Xueqi, but he also met Jun Tianqiu. The enmity between the two of them was destined to be resolved here. The two of them only stopped fighting when they reached the main hall. Sorry I'm late. Please forgive me, sect master. Xueqi and the white-haired man said faintly. Yes, it's good that you're here. The sword-drawing sect has always been unrestrained, not to mention that we're looking for a swordmaster this time. You don't have to be so polite. Jian Tang was elegant and very magnanimous. Even when facing the battle between Xueqi and the white-haired man, he was still calm. At this moment, Jun Tianqiu also looked at the white-haired man with sharp eyes and a touch of incomparable coldness. Jiang Chen. You're here too. Xueqi's eyes narrowed. When he saw Jiang Chen, he was overjoyed. With Jiang Chen here, the two of them were destined to become everyone's nightmare. Why are you alone? Where's Bingyun? Jiang Chen looked at Xueqi and saw the worry in his eyes. She was taken away. This time, I must obtain the position of sword master of the sword-drawing sect. Only then can I have a chance to compete with that place. Xueqi transmitted his voice, but his face was extremely ugly. With me around, I will definitely help you obtain the position of sword master. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. This time, he wanted to be famous all over the world. He did not care about the position of sword master of sword-drawing sect. As long as he achieved this, he would have no regrets. Moreover, killing Jun Tianqiu was one of the reasons. Jiang Chen would be satisfied if Xueqi could become the sword master of sword-drawing sect. Furthermore, the crisis of Bingyun was too difficult for Xueqi. Otherwise, with his current strength of the Divine Emperor realm, it would be impossible for him to be helpless. Thank you, Jiang Chen. Xueqi's eyes were filled with incomparable solemnity. He was determined to get Jiang Chen's help. He was not greedy for power, but the position of the sword master of the sword-drawing sect was too important to him. Jiang Chen patted Xueqi on the shoulder with a smile and said, "There's no need to thank me between us." Xueqi no longer stood on ceremony. He looked at Jian Tang, the sect master of sword-drawing sect, and said loudly, "Xueqi pays his respects to the sect master. Li Wuhui pays his respects to the sect master." Good, good, good. Everyone, I will not say anything more about today's matter. The 8 sword masters and I will send you to the sword tomb of Mount Li. In the sword tomb of Mount Li, there is a master refiner who has worked hard for thousands of years to refine a supreme divine sword. It is definitely an extremely powerful primordial treasure. The sword sacrifice of Mount Li is a sacrifice for this sword. The supreme divine sword is about to be born. The master refiner has been in seclusion in the sword tomb of Mount Li for thousands of years and is about to succeed. Whoever can obtain the supreme divine sword in the sword tomb of Mount Li will be the 9th sword master of sword-drawing sect. Jian Tang stopped smiling and his expression became extremely solemn. The sword sacrifice on Mount Li this time was no small matter to the sword-drawing sect. This was because the weapon-refining Grandmaster had said that the peerless divine sword would definitely search for its own sword master. The primordial origin treasure had already gained intelligence and was fully qualified to search for its own master. In the sword tomb of Mount Li, the unparalleled weapon-refining Grandmaster had said so. The sword tomb of Mount Li is the sacred land of the sword-drawing sect. Everyone who enters the sword tomb of Mount Li is a candidate for the sword master of the sword-drawing sect. Whoever is chosen by heaven will be the sword master. We only recognize the sword and not the person. Whoever can cover the sky with one hand and obtain the supreme divine sword that is about to be born will command the 9 mountains of the sword-drawing sect and become the true sword master of the sword-drawing sect. After Jian Tang finished speaking, everyone's expression turned solemn. It seemed that this battle for the position of swordmaster was not only about the swordmaster, but also an unparalleled battle. Whoever had the last laugh would become the swordmaster of the sword-drawing sect. It might seem like a journey to seize the sword, but it was definitely unavoidable that there would be killing involved. This battle was rather dangerous, because they might not be facing just one enemy at a time. When Xueqi saw that Jiang Chen was also present, he was extremely excited. With one more helper, he was determined to win the sword master battle this time. Although it was called the sword sacrifice, it might be a sword sacrifice battle because only a small portion of people would be able to walk out alive. It might even be only 1 or 2 people. The sword master battle is not a selfish selection of the sword drawing sect. Experts from all over the world can participate in it. The peerless genius of the sword drawing sect, Jian Donglu, and everyone else will participate in the sword master battle together. The 12 of you are destined to have a fierce battle. I wish you all good luck. Jian Tang smiled faintly. Outside the door, a gray-clothed swordsman stood with his arms crossed and a sword in front of him. He looked calm as he looked at everyone present. He was Jian Donglu, the genius of the sword-drawing sect. His strength was only at the early divine emperor realm, but sometimes, the battle between experts was not determined by the strength of their realms. Jiang Chen was the best example. He was almost invincible in a battle of the same level. Only those who were stronger could fight him. The sword mound of Mount Li was located in a col in the northern mountains of the sword-drawing sect. In the col stood an extremely majestic stone tablet that was about 100 feet tall. 2 huge words were carved on the stone tablet. Sword mound. The stone tablet of the sword tomb gave people a great shock. The sword tomb of Mount Li was also the most special existence in the entire sword-drawing sect. The person leading the way was still the great elder Jian Wu. In front of Mount Li, the great elder said with a solemn expression, "Success or failure depends on this. Who will have the last laugh will depend on your own abilities. Life and death are up to fate. Success or failure is up to the heavens. It's not too late to regret now." However, no one paid attention to Jian Wu's words. That was because the purpose of their trip was here. For the position of swordmaster and the peerless divine sword, they no longer had any scruples. Thank you, great elder. However, the sword tomb of Mount Li is not our goal. The position of swordmaster is what we really want. If we become the sword master of the sword-drawing sect, wouldn't we have a meteoric rise and a noble status in the future? Dare I ask in all directions, who can compete with him? Ha ha! Someone said with a smile, full of confidence. In that case, all of you can go. The sword tomb of Mount Li will close in 10 days. At that time, the one who can walk out with a peerless divine sword will be the true sword master. After saying that, the great elder left, leaving behind Jiang Chen, Jun Tianchou and the rest of the 12 people. They finally entered the underground sword tomb. The sword sacrifice of Mount Li was just around the corner. Chapter 3375. The most mysterious place in the sword-drawing sect was the sword tomb of Mount Li. At this moment, the atmosphere in the sword tomb of Mount Li had become extremely cold and austere. The group of 12 people had a solemn expression on their faces. They did not dare to be careless. If we enter from here, we will reach the sword tomb of Mount Li. I have never been here before, so this trip will depend on your luck, Jian Donglu said faintly. This was the sacred place of the sword-drawing sect. Even he, the #1 genius disciple of the sword-drawing sect, did not have the opportunity to enter. From this, it could be seen that the sword tomb of Mount Li was indeed an important place for the sword-drawing sect. Jiang Chen, do you think that there will really be a peerless divine sword in the sword tomb of Mount Li? Why do I feel a little uneasy? Xueqi said faintly. He did not usually speak much, but every word he uttered was like a gem. He looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of doubt in his eyes. It was extremely complicated. Let's take one step at a time. Even the genius disciples of the sword-drawing sect are entering the sword tomb of Mount Li for the first time, let alone me. What can we do? Hee. Jiang Chen shook his head and said with a bitter smile. Now, he could only open up a path and slowly look for an opportunity. After entering the underground palace of the sword tomb of Mount Li, it was illuminated by pearls everywhere. The entire foot of the mountain was empty. In the underground palace, there were countless broken swords that piled up into a mountain and pierced into the underground palace. There were all kinds of divine weapons, sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and everything else. Although it was not the sword tomb of Mount Li, it was also filled with the remains of other weapons. Some were cold, some were dull, some were ferocious, and some were plain. There was no spirituality to speak of. In short, the sword tomb of Mount Li was filled with the radiance of weapons. As far as the eye could see, the belly of the mountain in front of them stretched all the way down. The space in the sword tomb of Mount Li was terrifyingly huge. It was like a palace of weapons. Every single divine weapon seemed to have a life of its own. It was as though they were a part of this place, and in this kingdom of weapons, they emitted their own brilliance. At this moment, Jun Tianqiu, Li Wuhui, and the others did not cause trouble for Jiang Chen and Xueqi, because the first thing they needed to find was the peerless divine sword, or the equipment refining Grand Master mentioned by the master of the sword-drawing sect. Only then could they find the peerless divine sword. This ghastly place is so real. The killing aura is extremely heavy. These weapons are all stained with blood. The killing aura seems to have permeated the entire sword tomb of Mount Li. After countless years, it seems to have formed an extremely overbearing killing aura. The killing aura is extremely terrifying. That's right, let's hope that the baleful aura won't attack us. It was unknown who said this, but at this moment, all the weapons in the sword tomb of Mount Li seemed to tremble in an instant. At the very least, the divine weapons that were 1,000 meters away exploded with blade and sword shadows. They crisscrossed and soared wantonly in the sword tomb of Mount Li. Baleful aura soared into the sky. Who the fuck said that? Why is his mouth so smelly? Someone couldn't help but curse. Before he could finish his words, the ominous aura had already begun its frenzied attack. Fortunately, they were all divine emperors, so it wasn't too difficult for them to resist the ominous aura. However, the ominous aura continued to attack them, penetrating through every nook and cranny. It was like a group of fearless ants, biting and tearing at them. The baleful aura permeated the entire sword tomb of Mount Li, forcing the 12 divine emperor experts into a rather embarrassing situation. Although the divine emperor experts were strong, the baleful aura of the divine weapons in the sword tomb was too much. It was absolutely impossible for anyone to resist it when it was gathered together. Buddha's radiance. Jiang Chen held his blade horizontally and changed his hand seals. A Buddha's radiance was cast out. There was no baleful aura at all. Jiang Chen's body was almost enveloped by a layer of unparalleled Buddha's radiance. The baleful aura could not enter his body at all. The baleful aura finally retreated in front of Jiang Chen. However, the others were not so lucky. There were even 2 of them who were suffering from the baleful aura. They were extremely embarrassed and did not have the demeanor of a divine emperor expert at all. Immortal Execution Sword Qi. The celestial slaying sword Qi also forced the evil Qi back, as though it had cut through the mortal world. At this time, they gradually realized that the evil Qi could be dispersed to satisfy one's hunger. In the end, more than 10 people all attacked strongly, each displaying their divine might, and finally broke the invisible pressure. The evil Qi gradually returned to nothingness, but it still wandered around the entire sword tomb of Mount Li. The evil Qi retreated, but that invisible thing was still confusing. It could only be said that in a short period of time, the situation was temporarily stabilized, and there was no danger. There's light over there. Li Wuhui squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. Looking at a red in the distance, it was gradually enlarging. Everyone was looking forward to it. They even felt an unparalleled power exploding. That terrifying aura wreaked havoc in the sword tomb of Mount Li. Streaks of fiery red sword Qi spread out from the depths of the sword tomb of Mount Li and finally dispersed in front of the divine emperor realm experts. Is it a peerless divine sword? Xueqi murmured. Everyone felt a trace of joy. They raised their heads and looked at the blood-red sword Qi in the depths. They began to hesitate. Maybe it's a master of refining, Jun Tiancho said coldly. Everyone was cautious in front of the scene. After all, although the baleful aura did not hurt their foundation, the baleful aura that had been formed underground for a long time was indeed quite terrifying. How do we know what it is if we don't take a look? The silver-haired young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His footsteps were swift and he turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen glanced at Xueqi and then at Yan Qingqing behind him, as if he was afraid that she would be in danger. If there's any problem that you can't solve, please call me, Jiang Chen urged. You'd better worry about yourself first. I'm not as weak as you think, Yan Qingqing said coldly. Xueqi, who was standing beside her, was also stunned. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. He stopped thinking about it and quickly caught up with the group. At this time, he must not be left behind. He seemed to be protecting Yan Qingqing too much. Little did he know that she had reached the early divine emperor realm, and even he could not see through her soul power. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that his worries were unfounded. Fiery red sword Qi. Is it really a peerless divine sword? Chapter 3376. Get out of my way. An incomparable roar rang out beside everyone's ears. It was earth-shattering. That kind of ghostly wail and wolf-like howl made everyone's hair stand on end. Everyone's faces turned extremely grave. The source of the voice came from behind the streaks of fiery red sword Qi. A fiery red figure stood in front of the sword Qi. His eyes were extremely sharp as he stared at the huge cauldron in front of him. There seemed to be a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. His fiery red long hair stood on end, and he gave off a cold and bloodthirsty aura. His feminine aura caused Jiang Chen and the others to silently stare at the fiery red figure. No one dared to act rashly. Just from the streaks of fiery red sword Qi, they knew that this fellow was not simple. Could he be the legendary weapon refining grandmaster? It's him, Jian Donglu said in a deep voice. His eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized this person. It was the guest elder of the sword-drawing sect, the old monster that had not appeared for 10,000 years in the sword tomb of Mount Li. Who is this? The silver-haired man frowned, and his expression became more solemn. This person was too strange. The streaks of fiery red sword Qi shot out from his cauldron, but he did not feel any pressure at all. His hands were constantly trembling, as if he was controlling the cauldron in front of him. I've seen him once when I was very young. As a guest elder of the sword-drawing sect, Tuoba Longyu's strength was already at the mid-divine emperor realm. Now, his strength can only be stronger. Moreover, he's a true weapon-refining grandmaster. No one knows how strong he is, and no one knows what kind of divine weapons he can refine. Ever since I knew of his existence, I've never seen him refine a single divine weapon for the sword-drawing sect. However, he received the courtesy of the sword-drawing sect, Jian Donglu said in a low voice. Jian Donglu said in a low voice. At this moment, only he knew who this fiery red figure was. Weapon refining grandmaster? Jiang Chen frowned. It seemed like this guy did have some skills. Even he might not be able to control the cauldron so well. However, Jiang Chen had not refined a weapon for a long time. But with his current strength, it should not be a problem for him to refine a low-grade primal origin treasure. Jiang Chen looked at the primal origin treasure. As for a mid-grade primal origin treasure, Jiang Chen could not guarantee it. However, what he was refining now was indeed a mid-grade primal origin treasure. Although Jiang Chen hadn't seen it yet, he could already feel it. The primal origin treasure was like a rampaging dragon, struggling endlessly. Because every primal origin treasure had its own soul, a weapon spirit would be born when a primal origin treasure was refined. It was extremely difficult to completely fuse the weapon spirit with the primal origin treasure and tame the weapon spirit. This Tuoba Longyu seemed to be taming the weapon spirit. Putting his strength aside, he was definitely not an ordinary person to be able to refine a mid-grade primal origin treasure. What he's refining now should be the divine sword that the sect master has mentioned. After Jian Donglu finished speaking, no one dared to act rashly. Tuoba Longyu didn't seem to be in the mood to pay attention to them. Only Jiang Chen knew that this was the most important moment of weapon refining. He could not afford to be the slightest bit careless, or all his previous efforts would be in vain. Suddenly, Tuoba Longyu wielded a heavy hammer and smashed it towards the fiery red cauldron. This scene left everyone at a loss. Only Jiang Chen's expression slightly changed. This weapon refining technique was exactly the same as the hammer technique that the craftsman god had taught him. No, he's not Shangguan Hongyan, but it's very likely that he has an extremely important relationship with Shangguan Hongyan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain this hammer technique. It's actually very similar to the methods in the craftsman god's chart. Jiang Chen's brows were tightly knitted together. However, he knew that this wasn't the time for him to act. Everyone was silently waiting. If he were to act now, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen's greatest interest wasn't just the divine sword in the fiery red cauldron. He was also interested in Tuoba Longyu's background. Who exactly was he? Why did he know the hammer technique in the craftsman god's chart? Although it was just a simple elementary hammering technique, it had already reached the point of perfection. However, Jiang Chen was sure that this guy had only learned a little bit of the craftsman god's chart. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so difficult. If it was Jiang Chen, this peerless divine sword would have already been completed. Don't let me know who you are, Jiang Chen murmured to himself. He would never let this man go. Perhaps, he could find out more about Shangguan Hongyan through him. Jiang Chen didn't know what to do. At that moment, Tuoba Longyu's expression grew even more solemn. However, he was unable to change the situation before him. In order to refine this primordial origin treasure, he had already experienced countless hardships and obstacles. He had also gathered countless treasures and was on the verge of success. However, this artifact spirit was too unruly. He was simply unable to completely tame it. The artifact spirit was constantly attacking the cauldron, causing Tuoba Longyu to be in an extremely difficult situation. Jiang Chen knew that this guy had already fallen into a bottleneck. He was in a dilemma. It was impossible for him to continue maintaining this divine sword. Moreover, it was very likely that he would fall short of success. Looks like it's time for me to help you. Jiang Chen revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He had to take action now, otherwise, this peerless divine sword would crumble completely. Under the impact of the weapon spirit, this peerless divine sword would become extremely difficult to forge. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to forge it again. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. He held the hammer in his hand and smashed it towards the fiery red cauldron fiercely. In an instant, the fiery red sword chi gradually converged. The weapon spirit was completely formed and sealed within the peerless divine sword. This scene shocked everyone. Even Tuoba Longyu never thought that the divine sword that he had been struggling with for so long would be settled by an outsider with a single hammer. However, Tuoba Longyu didn't have time to think too much about it. The primal origin treasure that he had been yearning for had finally been forged. A mid-grade primal origin treasure. Even divine emperor experts would view it as a treasure. The fiery red longsword drew a streak of light. Light and shadow crisscrossed as it cut through the cauldron. Chapter 3377. Tuoba Longyu was wild with joy. He had worked hard for countless years, and there was finally an outcome. At this moment, everyone's gazes were gathered on Tuoba Longyu, preparing to snatch the crimson longsword from his hand. What are you waiting for? Ha ha ha. Jun Tianqiu burst into laughter as he soared into the sky and charged towards Tuoba Longyu. Tuoba Longyu coldly swept his gaze across everyone as a sneer slowly rose on the corner of his lips. Get lost! Tuoba Longyu roared with a sinister expression. Jun Tianqiu, who bore the brunt of the attack, was blown away by the sword. The terrifying sword aura made Jun Tianqiu not dare to face it head-on, and he was forced to retreat. The remaining people also pounced forth, but Tuoba Longyu wasn't afraid at all. He slashed out with his sword. Tens of thousands of swords crisscrossed as fiery red sword aura spread out in all directions. At this moment, everyone's eyes narrowed. The crimson longsword was no longer in Tuoba Longyu's hand. Instead, the fiery red sword aura was wreaking havoc in the sword tomb. Tens of thousands of swords were trembling at this moment. One sword, tens of thousands of swords were broken. This was the might of the crimson long sword. Even the heavenly dragon sword was buzzing as if it was filled with battle intent. Ha ha ha. If you guys have the ability, then go ahead and look for it. The sword spirit of this sword has already turned into sword images and returned to the sword tomb. Whoever can find the sword spirit will be able to obtain this peerless divine sword. Tuoba Longyu laughed heartily. You dare to fool us? Jun Tiancho's expression did not change as he furiously said, staring at Tuoba Longyu. So what if I fool you? What can you do to me? Even the sect master of the sword-drawing sect has to be polite before me, not to mention a nobody like you. Tuoba Longyu said with an arrogant expression. Everyone was furious at Tuoba Longyu. This fellow had actually lost the sword. The sword chi dissipated, turning into 10,000 rays of sword light that scattered in the void. Within the sword mound, no one knew where the sword was now. However, Jun Tiancho could only suffer in silence. Now wasn't the time to fall out with this Grand Master. Even if he wanted to, he would have to wait until he found the sword. Tuoba Longyu sneered. How could it be so easy for these fellows to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? I've worked so hard for thousands of years, and in the end, it's all for you? Aren't you all too naive? Do you think it's that easy to get the peerless godly sword? Do you think I'll give away the product that I've worked so hard for countless years so easily? Ha ha, this is simply wishful thinking. What I want is the supreme killing intent in the sword tomb of Mount Li. With the help of this supreme killing intent, I can create a peerless sacred weapon. At that time, once the sword is unsheathed, the killing intent will sweep across the world. It will become the most terrifying weapon in history, an existence that can even rival the 10 great divine weapons. Tuoba Longyu was full of confidence. His eyes flickered. His ambition wasn't limited to this. Jiang Chen also suddenly came to his senses. It seemed that Tuoba Longyu wanted to use the supreme killing intent here to create a peerless demonic weapon. This was indeed a rather crazy thing. Even Jiang Chen hadn't thought of it before. This Tuoba Longyu was indeed a genius in refining weapons. That sword is called the Torch Dragon. I've already given it a name. Once the Torch Dragon sword is unsheathed, all the killing intent in the sword tomb of Mount Li will be gathered into one sword. What I want is the most tyrannical divine sword in the world. An unstoppable divine sword. You want to find the Torch Dragon? Dream on. Ha ha ha. Tuoba Longyu was full of confidence. The countless Torch Dragon sword chi were scattered in all directions. Moreover, there were as many divine weapons in the sword tomb of Mount Li as there were hairs on a cow. Even if they were to be checked one by one, it would be difficult to finish checking all of them even after 10,000 years. Kid, I have to thank you for that hammer strike just now. Otherwise, I might need a long time to completely refine the Torch Dragon. Tuoba Longyu narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. He seemed to be very interested in him, but there was no gratitude in his eyes. You should also be a master of refining weapons. It seems that I've misjudged you. Kid, can you find my Torch Dragon sword? Ha! Tuoba Longyu looked proud. At this moment, Jun Tiancho, Li Wuhui, and even Shuel Yang and the others had already begun their journey to search for the sword. They only had one goal, and that was to find the Torch Dragon sword. Only by finding the Torch Dragon sword could they become the sword master of the sword-drawing sect. We'll only know if we can find it after trying. However, the ominous chi in the sword tomb of Mount Li is all condensed on the Torch Dragon sword. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to control the Torch Dragon sword? It will become a demon by itself. The ominous chi in the sword tomb of Mount Li is enough to kill a divine emperor realm expert easily. The final result is probably something that you can't predict. Jiang Chen said faintly. Tuoba Longyu also narrowed his eyes. He had naturally thought about this before. However, if he wanted to refine a peerless divine weapon, he had to make a choice. From the moment he let go of the Torch Dragon sword, he already knew that the ominous chi in the sword could possibly devour the entire sword tomb of Mount Li. The ominous chi would form into a sword and gather in one's body. That would be the true supreme power. If Tuoba Longyu wanted to turn this middle-grade primal origin treasure into a high-grade primal origin treasure, it would be a demonic weapon that could cause the heavens and earth to tremble in fear. Timing, location and people. Once the sword was formed and the murderous aura entered the body, Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword might not be able to suppress the Torch Dragon sword. This Tuoba Longyu's madness was obviously more abnormal than what Jiang Chen had imagined. You're right. However, one has to struggle to live, right? It's hard for me to make a breakthrough in the art of refining weapons. Therefore, I can only borrow the power of the heavens and earth to make my peerless divine weapon more mysterious. You will see it sooner or later. However, the Torch Dragon sword is still devouring the ominous chi now. That moment won't be too long. When the time comes, the torch dragon sword will be able to kill any existence. Tuoba Longyu stared at Jiang Chen and said ferociously. For this moment, for the torch dragon sword, he had waited for too long and sacrificed too much. Therefore, he had to complete the magnificent feat of the torch dragon sword. If it wasn't for the supreme ominous qi in the sword tomb of Mount Li, he wouldn't have chosen to stay in the sword drawing sect for such a long time. Chapter 3378. Everyone was incomparably solemn because the torch dragon sword was no longer in Tuoba Longyu's hands. If they wanted to obtain it, they could only search for it in the vast sword tomb of Mount Li. There were so many divine weapons, spears, swords, and halberds. To find the torch dragon sword among these countless divine weapons was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. However, no one would give up even though they knew it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. This was their only goal and an unchangeable fact. Only the torch dragon sword was the symbol of the sword master. Whoever obtained the torch dragon sword would be the next sword master and would be able to stand on equal footing with the other 8 sword masters. Although they were extremely angry with Tuoba Longyu, there was nothing they could do now because Tuoba Longyu had already released the torch dragon sword. Therefore, they could only rely on themselves to search for it. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Everyone cared about the torch dragon sword, but he was the only one who cared about Tuoba Longyu's identity. He was likely to be related to the craftsman god, but the craftsman god had existed for too long. Therefore, Tuoba Longyu was most likely related to Shangguan Hongyan. Jiang Chen couldn't help but want to find out more about him. Bastard, you damned guy. I'll settle the score with you after I find the torch dragon sword. Jun Tiancho's face darkened and he snorted coldly. However, he also knew that it was completely meaningless to make things difficult for Tuoba Longyu. Shuel Yang, Tantai Jingzong, and the others had already begun to search for the torch dragon sword. If he was half a beat slower, it was likely that he wouldn't even see the shadow of the torch dragon sword. The one who strikes first gains the upper hand, and the one who strikes last suffers a calamity. Although they were all feeling the stones to cross the river, it all depended on who was luckier. At this moment, except for Jiang Chen, everyone had begun to search frantically. As long as they found the torch dragon sword, they would be the spokesperson of the sword master. Why don't you look for the torch dragon sword? Tuoba Longyu looked at Jiang Chen and narrowed his eyes. He felt that this guy seemed to be staring at him all the time. I don't have the torch dragon sword with me. You may have chosen the wrong person. Tuoba Longyu sneered as he looked at Jiang Chen in disdain. This fellow couldn't possibly be so conceited as to think that the torch dragon sword was still on him, right? I know you don't have the torch dragon sword because it's constantly devouring the evil aura in the sword tomb. That's why I want to know how you refined this peerless weapon. Jiang Chen said with a smile. I naturally relied on my own peerless means and the power of a refining grandmaster to refine such a terrifying peerless divine weapon. Don't think that I will tell you the whereabouts of the torch dragon sword just because you helped me complete the forging of the torch dragon sword. You think too much. Humph. Tuoba Longyu said disdainfully. That hammer strike was probably just a coincidence. Jiang Chen wanted to suppress the attack of the torch dragon sword. He didn't expect that there would be such a turn of events. However, this Jiang Chen wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. The reason why he came here was to seize the torch dragon sword. Oh really? Then where did Grandmaster Tuoba learn his craftsmanship? Jiang Chen continued. Tuoba Longyu's face was gloomy as he stared at Jiang Chen Lang. What do you mean by that? What does it have to do with you where I learned my skills? Tuoba Longyu was filled with hostility towards Jiang Chen. Compared to before, his eyes were even more feminine. I'm also quite interested in refining, so I also want to learn from a master. Jiang Chen said. Then why don't you take me as your master? Ha ha ha, kowtow to me 3 times first. Tuoba Longyu laughed maniacally in an extremely savage manner. You're not qualified. However, I think there's only one person in this world who can teach me. Jiang Chen's words caused Tuoba Longyu's expression to change slightly. Only one person? This made his imagination run wild. Tuoba Longyu seemed to have already guessed who that person was. The reason for that was because in this world, there was only a single person who could surpass him in terms of crafting weapons. As for that person, it was his master. What are you trying to say? Tuoba Longyu stared at Jiang Chen. There was definitely a hidden meaning in Jiang Chen's words. Ha ha ha, it seems that you're indeed not the strongest Grandmaster refiner in this world. Jiang Chen shook his head, trying to get information out of Tuoba Longyu. That doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. If it doesn't have anything to do with me, does it have anything to do with you? Do I need to tell you who the strongest Grandmaster refiner in this world is? Isn't Shangguan Hongyan your master? Jiang Chen said indifferently. No. Tuoba Longyu spoke without any hesitation. There was even a hint of panic in his eyes. No. Senior brother, it seems like you're getting more and more disappointing. You don't even dare to acknowledge your master. What should I say about you? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Tuoba Longyu stared at Jiang Chen with an ugly expression and staggered 2 steps back. Impossible. That's impossible. Master said that she would never accept another disciple in her life. Who exactly are you? Tuoba Longyu stared at Jiang Chen almost crazily. He was extremely nervous and anxious, which made Jiang Chen even more certain that this guy was Shangguan Hongyan's disciple, and that he was inextricably linked to Shangguan Hongyan. However, Jiang Chen was extremely curious as to why he didn't admit that he was Shangguan Hongyan's disciple. Who am I? Am I not your junior brother? The smile on Jiang Chen's face became even brighter. That's impossible. Master would never go back on her word. Tuoba Longyu acted like he didn't believe Jiang Chen at all. However, the expression on his face was getting uglier, which indicated that his heart was still trembling. You don't believe me? Then do you really think that I swung the hammer randomly and coincidentally helped you complete the Torch Dragon Sword? And why would I waste my time talking to you when I don't even care about the Torch Dragon Sword? Do you really think you're that important? In my eyes, you're just a coward. Jiang Chen sneered. Tuoba Longyu's expression turned even darker as his body trembled. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so rude and overbearing. Jiang Chen actually knew his master and referred to him as his junior brother. What a joke. Ha ha ha. Do you really think I'll believe you? Master once swore that he would never accept another disciple. I don't care who you are, but I'll fight you to the death today. How dare you humiliate my master? Go to hell. Tuoba Longyu's body shuddered. He was stronger than Jiang Chen, so it wouldn't take much effort to kill this guy. Have you forgotten about the Divine Craftsman chart? Chapter 3379. The Divine Craftsman Chart. These words were so familiar, but it was impossible for Tuoba Longyu to recall them at all. If it wasn't for the Divine Craftsman Chart, he would never have been expelled by his master. His master was already being merciful by not killing him. He did not want to cripple his cultivation and skills, so his master expelled him from the sect. Moreover, he could never say that he was his own disciple. For Tuoba Longyu, it was simply a form of torture between life and death. He could not imagine that he had suffered all these years because of the Divine Craftsman chart. If he hadn't made a mistake back then, he wouldn't have suffered such punishment and retribution. However, everything was too late. He had only learned a small part of the Divine Craftsman chart, but it had already benefited him immensely. If he hadn't learned a little bit of the Divine Craftsman chart, it would have been impossible for him to refine a medium-grade primal origin treasure. Now that the years were endless and the circumstances had changed, he was already full of regret. He hoped that one day, he could kneel in front of his master and kowtow to apologize for his sins. However, that moment would never come true, because he had already been expelled from the sect. He was already a sinner of the sect. How could his master allow him to return to the sect? That was why he had spent so many years in the sword-drawing sect. There was a reason for all this. Tuoba Longyu had no face to face his master. He had become a sinner of history, a despicable and shameless villain, and a thief. The Divine Craftsman chart was his master's inheritance. He had stolen it without permission, which had already angered his master. Although he was once his master's proud disciple, he had also suffered a crushing defeat because of this. Jiang Chen's mention of the Divine Craftsman chart had completely brought Tuoba Longyu back to the scene thousands of years ago. His master had almost killed him with a palm strike. Although he was at his last gasp, his master had still let him live. If he had been killed at that time, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many things that had happened. All these years, Tuoba Longyu had been living in pain and struggle. The Illumination Dragon Sword had intertwined with his life, becoming his symbol. It could be said that his success was due to the craftsman's chart, And his failure was also due to the craftsman's chart. That feeling of despair made Tuoba Longyu wish he was dead. However, everything was already in the past. The fact that Jiang Chen was able to mention the divine craftsmanship chart meant that he was truly his master's disciple. Otherwise, there would be no one in this world who knew about the divine craftsmanship chart. It was just that his master's craftsman's divine chart was not complete, so he had only learned a little. Are you really my junior brother? Although Tuoba Longyu had basically believed Jiang Chen's words, he was still filled with disbelief. It's the real deal. As for the last hammer strike, I'll give you the hammer technique from the divine craftsman chart. Jiang Chen said proudly. At that moment, Tuoba Longyu's expression turned incomparably serious. He nodded his head heavily as he came to a sudden realization. If he wasn't his master's disciple, how could he be so powerful? Without the inheritance of the divine craftsman chart, how could he so easily accomplish such a magnificent feat? However, Tuoba Longyu soon shook his head lightly. I'm not worthy to be your senior brother. I'm sorry, I'm not worthy. Tuoba Longyu's face was filled with bitterness as all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Jiang Chen knew that his chance had come. Tuoba Longyu had already completely believed in him. It seemed like the divine craftsman chart was indeed an inheritance of the divine craftsman sect that no one knew about. Master said that he's missed you a lot these years. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Tuoba Longyu's hands trembled slightly as tears streamed down his face. He never thought that Jiang Chen would say such a thing, or that his master would miss him. This was the best sentence he had ever heard in a million years. Little junior brother. Master. Did master really say that? Tuoba Longyu looked at Jiang Chen with an incomparably longing expression as his breathing quickened. That's right. Master said that he wants to see you. Jiang Chen struck Tuoba Longyu again, almost knocking him down. Is this true? Tuoba Longyu simply couldn't believe his ears. Did master really miss him? Was master really still thinking about him? No, I can't go back. I'm too ashamed to see master. Tuoba Longyu cried his heart out. Jiang Chen sighed. Tuoba Longyu was a man who valued friendship and loyalty, but that Shangguan Hongyan, Jiang Chen would never let him go. It seemed like this Tuoba Longyu was expelled by Shangguan Hongyan because he had stolen the craftsman's manual. Crying so much? Where is your sense of propriety? If master knew that you're so weak and vulnerable now, he would be even more distressed. After this trip to the sword-drawing sect, you should go back to the sect. When master sees you, he will definitely be very happy. Could it be that you want to disobey master's orders? Jiang Chen said Lang Lang while glaring at Tuoba Longyu. This guy was really troublesome. No. How would I dare to disobey master's orders? It's just that. I'm a sinner. Tuoba Longyu's body trembled as tears of joy flickered in his eyes. Had his master finally forgiven him? It seemed like his return to the sect this time would be his second rebirth. I must obtain the Torch Dragon Sword. Therefore, help me obtain the Torch Dragon Sword and then make a trip back to the sect. Jiang Chen said in a deadpan manner, scaring Tuoba Longyu into a daze. If he wanted to find Shangguan Hongyan, this was the best opportunity. However, Jiang Chen had no idea how strong Shangguan Hongyan was. Therefore, he just so happened to meet Tuoba Longyu. He didn't expect that he would actually be able to lure Shangguan Hongyan out with his lies. This was the best opportunity. As long as Tuoba Longyu left the sword-drawing sect and Jiang Chen followed him to find Shangguan Hongyan's sect, everything would be resolved. Jiang Chen only had one goal, and that was to kill Shangguan Hongyan. As for Tuoba Longyu, he was merely a stepping stone. Aren't you going back with me? Little junior brother. Tuoba Longyu was surprised. I have more important things to do. After I complete the task that master gave me, I will go back. Don't worry. Master already told me that Tuoba's punishment back then was really too severe. Jiang Chen spoke in a tone that sounded like a senior disciple. Tuoba Longyu couldn't control himself. Little junior brother. Thank you. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I might have stayed in this deficiency land forever and never left it for the rest of my life. From the looks of it now, I haven't been forgotten by master. I, Tuoba Longyu, can finally go back and ask for forgiveness from master. Chapter 3380. We're a family, so there's no need to be so polite. But how can I get the Torch Dragon Sword? Jiang Chen said with a smile. It's not the time for the torch dragon sword yet, because it's frantically devouring the ominous aura, so it can't be obtained yet. As for where it is, I really don't know. I can only slowly sense its existence after it absorbs all the ominous aura here. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to find the torch dragon sword. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack, unless they're the chosen one. But that's just a guess. Even I can't find it, so how can they find it? Tuoba Longyu sneered. In his opinion, these guys were all idiots. The idea of finding a sword in the sword tomb of Mount Li was extremely childish in his opinion. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. This guy was indeed a sly old fox. It seemed that it wasn't easy for him to deceive him. How long will it take? Jiang Chen continued to ask. 3 days. In just 3 days, all the ominous aura in the sword tomb of Mount Li will be completely absorbed. That will be the moment when the torch dragon sword truly rises. Tuoba Longyu said in a deep voice. The torch dragon sword was no longer important to him, because the regret of his life was about to be fulfilled. He had never imagined that his master would want to see him, but now that he had met his junior brother, it could be said that fate made a fool out of him. He had already unconditionally believed in his junior brother. Whether it was the craftsman's divine manual or his refining methods, it was enough to prove everything. All right, then I'll wait for another 3 days. At that time, you must lend me a hand. I must obtain the torch dragon sword. I must become the sword master. Jiang Chen said solemnly. All right, leave it to me. Tuoba Longyu patted his chest and said, keep your distance from me first. After I find the torch dragon sword, I will definitely become the target of everyone. At that time, you can help me eliminate many opponents. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Haha, that's right. Junior brother is indeed very smart. The fact that master has a disciple like you is the fortune of our sect. Don't worry, I'll definitely let you know that in this sword tomb of Mount Li, I'm the heavens. No one can escape from my palm, especially in front of the candle dragon sword. As long as the candle dragon sword absorbs all the evil qi, even a mid-divine emperor would only need 1 strike. Tuoba Longyu was extremely confident. All right, I'll wait for 3 days. I hope you won't disappoint me, senior brother. Jiang Chen said. As for Tuoba Longyu, he was calm and unperturbed, as if he was sitting on a fishing platform. Jiang Chen knew that he must have a well-thought-out plan, and even calculated that these people would not be able to find the torch dragon sword, which was why he was so fearless. At this time, both Xueqi and Jun Tianqiu were badly battered. During these 2 days, they had searched countless magic weapons, precious weapons, sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, but to no avail. They couldn't find any clues at all, as if the candle dragon sword had completely disappeared at this moment. Bullshit, when I find the torch dragon sword, the first person I'll kill will be you, Jun Tianqiu said with a gloomy expression. He was trembling with anger. He had already broken millions of divine weapons, but there was no trace of the torch dragon sword. Just as Tuoba Longyu had said, the ominous aura in the sword tomb was getting lesser and lesser. It seemed like the torch dragon sword had absorbed more than half of the ominous aura. Where the hell is this thing? We've searched everywhere, but no one has found it. It's really a headache. Xueqi bitterly smiled as he scratched his head. His face was extremely unsightly. Where exactly did Tuoba Longyu throw the torch dragon sword to? He couldn't even find its origin. Even Tuoba Longyu probably had no clue where it was. Li Wuhui's expression was also gloomy. Everyone's patience was about to run out. They kept searching for the torch dragon sword, but there was no clue at all. If they continued to search like this, they would only be played like monkeys. Where exactly is this torch dragon sword? Tantai Jingzong's beautiful eyes flashed as she swept her gaze over the area. There were also thousands of broken divine weapons, but she didn't find anything in the end. Everyone was filled with anticipation, but the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Their luck didn't seem to be too good. Even the genius disciple of the sword-drawing sect, Jiandong Lu, couldn't help but smile bitterly. As the host, he was also confused. The sect master did not give him the slightest hint, so he was also at a loss. The sword tomb of Mount Li was the biggest sacred place of the sword-drawing sect. It could be said that the divine weapons of all directions were gathered here, strong and weak, but he couldn't find the location of the torch dragon sword at all. As time passed, Tuoba Longyu's expression also became solemn. At this moment, he already felt that the torch dragon sword seemed to have absorbed 80 to 90% of the evil qi in the sword tomb of Mount Li. It was very likely that it would be upgraded and become a peerless weapon of the upper-grade primal origin treasure level. Until the very last moment, anything was possible. It's finally done. Tuoba Longyu's words made Jiang Chen's body tremble. After all, Tuoba Longyu was the one who created the torch dragon sword. He could feel the existence of the torch dragon sword after absorbing the endless evil qi. 9 miles to the northwest, that black jade sword is the torch dragon sword. Tuoba Longyu glanced at Jiang Chen, his pupils constricted, and he transmitted his voice. If he made a move at this moment, then they would definitely know that he had found the location of the torch dragon sword. However, if Jiang Chen made a move, the significance would be different. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He instantly turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky. In the sword tomb of Mount Li, he was unscrupulous, rushing towards the place that Tuoba Longyu had mentioned. At this moment, Jiang Chen could feel a great power rippling out from the sword. It was a kind of ominous aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. It was an unbelievable majesty, as if the sword was a supreme king. Time, place and people. Finally, the torch dragon sword was completed. Jiang Chen also felt that the torch dragon sword seemed to have become abnormally powerful at this moment, as if its quality had been greatly improved. At this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky as a storm surged above Mount Li. Jiang Chen grasped the torch dragon sword. Immediately, rays of pitch-black sword qi accompanied by incomparably scarlet light shot out in all directions. There! Jiang Chen! It's that guy again! Chapter 3381. Even Jiang Chen was shocked by the appearance of the torch dragon sword. The terror of the torch dragon sword seemed to be on par with his heavenly dragon sword. Moreover, the baleful aura within it was also extremely terrifying, as if it was about to break out of the sword. That kind of power made people's hearts palpitate. Everyone could feel the terror of the torch dragon sword. The sword aura in Jiang Chen's hand was oppressive and terrifying. Jiang Chen clenched the torch dragon sword in his hand, but it was already very difficult for him to do so. There seemed to be an incomparably powerful soul in the torch dragon sword that wanted to break through his restraints and soar upwards. This artifact spirit is really terrifying. Jiang Chen's face slightly changed. But at this moment, he had already become the target of public criticism. Moreover, the torch dragon sword was constantly shaking, as if it was about to break out of his body. This torch dragon sword is so powerful. Tantai Jingsong knitted her brows and said in a low voice. Although the torch dragon sword was in Jiang Chen's hand and everyone wanted it for themselves, everyone could see that the torch dragon sword seemed to be extremely difficult to control. Jiang Chen had to exert a lot of effort to control it. If they obtained the torch dragon sword, it was likely that their hands and feet would be tied. The torch dragon sword was more like a hot potato than a peerless divine weapon. Jiang Chen's face was extremely unsightly. He exerted all his strength in order to subdue the torch dragon sword. At this moment, Jun Tianqiu and the others seemed to want to attack Jiang Chen. The entire sword tomb of Mount Li was in a state of mutual hostility. Kid, it seems that you don't deserve the torch dragon sword. Ha! Someone sneered and charged towards Jiang Chen. Jun Tianqiu and the others made up a total of 4 people. All of them rushed towards the torch dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen knew that it was too difficult for him to control the torch dragon sword. Given his current strength, it was indeed difficult for him to fight against Jun Tianqiu and the other 3 Divine Emperor Realm experts. However, if he let go of the torch dragon sword, it would be extremely difficult for him to get it again. Jiang Chen, let me help you. Xueqi shouted in a deep voice. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and stood in front of Jiang Chen. Both of them exchanged a glance. The killing intent in Xueqi's eyes intensified in the face of Jun Tianqiu's group. With the addition of Xueqi, Jiang Chen's situation became much easier. Xueqi fought against 3 early Divine Emperor Realm experts at once. He held the immortal killing sword in his hand and looked domineering. As soon as the immortal killing sword appeared, everyone was quite surprised. This immortal killing sword was comparable to the torch dragon sword. However, Xueqi was not in a hurry. He fought against the 3 early Divine Emperor Realm experts with unhurried immortal killing sword essences. Xueqi was having a good time fighting against the 3 without any pressure. On the contrary, Xueqi's strength was strong enough. With the immortal killing sword essence, the three experts almost couldn't move an inch. Xueqi blocked the three experts, but Jiang Chen's opponent was Jun Tianqiu. When two enemies met, their eyes turned red. The feeling of life and death entanglement made Jiang Chen even more solemn. Jiang Chen, you will definitely die in my hands this time, Jun Tianqiu said in a deep voice. He stared at Jiang Chen with his eyes wide open. Even if Jiang Chen didn't have the torch dragon sword, he would never give up. At this time, he wanted to fight with Jiang Chen to the death. He wanted the torch dragon sword and Jiang Chen's life. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability, Jiang Chen said coldly. The torch dragon sword in his hand was trembling constantly. Jiang Chen looked up. He could feel that there seemed to be endless heavenly lightning gathering above Mount Li. It was drawn by the torch dragon sword. Gentleman's sword. Sword shatters the starry sky. Jun Tianqiu's eyes were cold. His sword momentum was like a flying swan. Jiang Chen also swung the torch dragon sword in his hand. Although Jiang Chen couldn't fully control it, the terrible evil qi directly forced Jun Tianqiu to retreat. Jun Tianqiu's face was extremely unsightly. Killing intent soared up to the sky and the sword qi buzzed incessantly. Although Jiang Chen was holding the candle dragon sword in his hand, he was already invincible. The killing intent and sword qi fused together, sending chills down everyone's spine. Jun Tianqiu wasn't weak, but his strength was completely suppressed at this moment, because his opponent, Jiang Chen, was just too strong. With the torch dragon sword in his hand, Jiang Chen was unstoppable. His sword shattered the starry sky and tore the void of thousands of miles apart. Break for me! Jiang Chen slashed out with his sword, breaking thousands of swords. No one could stop this sword. Jiang Chen's sword was filled with endless power and unparalleled pressure. Jun Tianqiu was once again forced back by Jiang Chen. He retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize his figure. The unparalleled pressure made him feel extremely uncomfortable. As soon as the evil qi emerged, the heaven and earth changed color. The entire sword tomb of Mount Li was in turmoil. The hundreds of millions of divine weapons also trembled. Jiang Chen's strength wasn't that strong, but the torch dragon sword was too terrifying. The evil qi made everyone's expression turn grave. Jun Tianqiu wanted to be the first to stand out, but he failed. The torch dragon sword that he yearned for day and night was forced back by Jiang Chen again and again. If not for the torch dragon sword, what are you? Jun Tianqiu was furious and unwilling, but the torch dragon sword was so strong that it made his hair stand on end. Without the torch dragon sword, killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket, Jiang Chen said coldly. But at this time, Jian Donglu and Li Wuhui seemed to be ready to make a move. They wanted to seize the torch dragon sword, but it couldn't be done overnight. Therefore, they had to defeat Jiang Chen quickly. Only by defeating Jiang Chen could they have a chance to seize the torch dragon sword. Your situation seems to be a little too comfortable. Li Wuhui's target was Xueqi. From the beginning, the two of them had been fighting. At this time, Xueqi was fighting 1 against 3. Naturally, he couldn't give up such a good opportunity, so he was able to force Xueqi into a desperate situation. He had a close relationship with Jiang Chen. If he defeated Xueqi, it wouldn't take long for Jiang Chen to give in. If you have the ability, then kill me. What kind of hero are you to try to win with your words? Do you think I, Xueqi, am afraid of you? Ha ha! Xueqi said with a laugh. At this time, Li Wuhui quickly joined the battle and directly forced Xueqi to retreat. He looked extremely embarrassed. Jian Donglu also targeted Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen was defeated, he would have a chance to get the torch dragon sword. As a genius disciple of the sword-drawing sect, Jian Donglu had a long way to go. He had to get the torch dragon sword to prove the power of the sword-drawing sect. The sect master and the 8 sword masters also hoped that he could get the torch dragon sword and become the 9th sword master of the sword-drawing sect. Chapter 3382. Young Master Jun, why don't we join forces? Let's see how long this guy can last. Jian Donglu narrowed his eyes. Jiang Chen had already become the target of public criticism. Behind Jian Donglu, the other 2 Divine Emperor Realm experts were also ready to take action. Their target was Jiang Chen alone. Among the people present, only Tantai Jingzong, Yan Qingqing, and the unidentified silver-haired man didn't make a move. Jiang Chen brandished his blade. At this time, he was no longer afraid of anyone. The torch dragon sword in his hand was unparalleled. Who could compete with it? This terrifying evil chi seemed to have just revealed the tip of the iceberg. The terror of an upper-grade primordial origin treasure was beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. Brother Donglu is right. Let's kill the scoundrel first. Who gets the torch dragon sword will depend on our own abilities. Jun Tianqiu had fought with Jiang Chen several times now, but he couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Jun Tianqiu wasn't that stupid to reveal all his strength at this time. Whoever revealed all his trump cards first was likely to be the first to die. Jun Tianqiu's face was incomparably gloomy. Now that Jiang Chen had become everyone's enemy, it was tantamount to courting death. Originally, he and Jiang Chen had a 50-50 chance, but who asked him to get the torch dragon sword first? Although he had the initiative in seizing the sword first, Jiang Chen's chances of winning were minimal. Whoever held the torch dragon sword would have the absolute initiative, but it wasn't so easy to hold it until the end. Because no one was a fool. The torch dragon sword was a hot potato, and no one was sure to get it in the end. Whoever moved first would be in a disadvantageous position. I no longer have any patience. If you want to fight, let's fight. Let's see what my limit is. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and stroked the peerless divine sword in his hand. The torch dragon sword gave him the feeling that it was a peerless ghost weapon. His unparalleled domineering aura seemed to be stirring in the torch dragon sword, wanting to drink blood and kill the enemy. However, Jiang Chen also knew that these people were not easy to deal with. Who could make him drink blood was also an extremely difficult problem. With the help of the torch dragon sword, Jiang Chen's only goal was to kill Jun Tianqiu to vent the hatred in his heart. Otherwise, Jun Tianqiu would pester him all the time. That feeling made Jiang Chen extremely uncomfortable. It was better to kill Jun Tianqiu directly. That way, he could solve the problem once and for all. Arrogant and conceited. I'll send you to heaven. Jun Tianqiu brandished his long sword and wreaked havoc in the vast sky. This time, he had exerted 99% of his strength. He was determined to kill Jiang Chen's. On the other side, with the addition of Jian Donglu, Jiang Chen's situation was extremely awkward. However, Jiang Chen was bold and courageous. With the torch dragon sword in hand, his indomitable and domineering aura accompanied Jiang Chen. The three of them were experts who had evolved the sword to the extreme. Jiang Chen was fighting 1 against 2. Jian Donglu and Jun Tianqiu couldn't shake Jiang Chen in the slightest. Limitless sword. 17th sword. Jiang Chen displayed the 17th sword with the torch dragon sword. That supreme sword realm made Jun Tianqiu and Jian Donglu feel inferior. At this time, Jiang Chen's sword chi was already unparalleled in the world. It turned into a dark dragon and broke out of his body. The terrifying supreme tyrant body made Jun Tianqiu and Jian Donglu's expressions change drastically. His sword technique was unstoppable. The sword chi of the torch dragon sword was completely the baleful chi from the sword tomb of Mount Li. The sword chi was like a shadow and the baleful chi soared into the sky. Jiang Chen's expression was calm and unruffled. He was fighting 1 against 2 with ease. Damnable bastard. Jun Tianqiu was incomparably furious. Even such an attack couldn't take down Jiang Chen. Was this guy really that strong? In the end, it was all because of the torch dragon sword. He had to admit that Jiang Chen's means were heaven-defying, but without the torch dragon sword, he wouldn't be so powerful. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to deliver the torch dragon sword to you? Jun Tianqiu roared. The 2 early Divine Emperor realm experts behind him exchanged a glance. They originally wanted to reap the benefits, but it was obvious that Jiang Chen was like the sun in the midday sky. He wasn't someone they could defeat. It was even more difficult to kill Jiang Chen and seize the torch dragon sword. Who among the people present wasn't a shrewd person? Do you think it will give you a chance to reap the benefits? If they didn't take action, they were likely to be affected. At that time, the situation would be even more difficult. Although Jiang Chen blocked the attack of Jun Tianqiu and the others, Xueqi wasn't so lucky. Because Xueqi's strength was almost the same as Li Wuhui's, but Li Wuhui and 3 early Divine Emperor realm experts had joined hands to attack Xueqi. Although the immortal execution sword in his hand constantly slashed out beams of immortal execution sword essence, he still felt like he was outnumbered. But at least he managed to stabilize the situation. Xueqi clenched his teeth and looked gloomy. If he was defeated so quickly, it would undoubtedly disrupt Jiang Chen's battle. At that time, it was likely that he would be trapped in a quagmire and unable to extricate himself. Xueqi looked at Yan Qingqing. Why was she watching the show without moving? Was she Jiang Chen's trump card? But when Xueqi looked at Jiang Chen again, his situation had become difficult. 4 Divine Emperor Realm experts had joined hands to suppress him. Jun Wuhui and Jian Donglu were both extremely powerful experts with peerless talent. They would not give Jiang Chen any chance at all. Even if the Candle Dragon Sword was in his hand, Jiang Chen's swordsmanship was not something that the Candle Dragon Sword could display. Little junior brother, activate your Divine Origin Qi, Spiritual Core, Qi Control Profound Gate, and stimulate the evil Qi of the Candle Dragon Sword. Only then can you exert the power of the Candle Dragon Sword to its strongest state. Be careful of the evil Qi's backlash. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this time, Tuoba Longyu's voice sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen was delighted. It seemed like this guy was really a timely help. Jiang Chen wasn't able to fully control the Torch Dragon Sword, but Tuoba Longyu was able to control it like the back of his hand. Jiang Chen acted according to Tuoba Longyu's method. Sure enough, the evil Qi rampaged and wreaked havoc in an instant. That majestic aura covered the sky. The Eveline sword Qi that appeared instantly pierced through 2 early Divine Emperor Realm experts. Those 2 guys became the scapegoats of Jun Tianqiu and Jian Donglu. Chapter 3383. The 2 of them exchanged a glance with each other and retreated backwards in extreme fear. Jiang Chen was a complete mad dog. With the help of the Torch Dragon Sword, he had no scruples at all. He could kill anything that stood in his way. Could they really get their hands on Jiang Chen or the Candle Dragon Sword? Jian Dongliu's heart was in turmoil, but he knew that things were far from over. It seems like it's time to act. Tantai Jingzong squinted her eyes. She was confident that her strength was on par with Jun Tianqiu, but after seeing Jiang Chen's performance, she realized that Jiang Chen could never be judged by common sense. No matter what the reason was, he was able to turn danger into safety and be so powerful. It was really unexpected. Initially, she had thought highly of Jiang Chen, but she had still underestimated him. Whether it was his personal strength or the scariness of the Torch Dragon Sword, it was something that couldn't be changed. Tantai Jingzong could only do her best not to kill Jiang Chen, but she still wanted the Candle Dragon Sword in Jiang Chen's hand. You finally can't stand it anymore? Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzong and smiled faintly. The 2 of them had clashed once again. Although Jiang Chen knew that he couldn't show any mercy to Tantai Jingzong, otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. Even if he was confident in himself, it would be extremely difficult for him to stand firm in the face of so many peerless experts. Tantai Jingzong knew that she had consumed a lot of her strength, so she chose to act now to understand more about Jiang Chen's means. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. That was why Tantai Jingzong, who knew Jiang Chen very well, was full of confidence. She was no longer a half-step Divine Emperor who could be bullied by others. Why do we need to talk about this between us? You know that I can't just stand by and watch. Really? Then I would like to see Miss Tantai's means. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. If you hand over the Torch Dragon Sword to me now, I will definitely protect you. Tantai Jingzong said calmly. She wasn't disturbed by Jiang Chen's words. Although she felt guilty to Jiang Chen, she wouldn't go easy on him. After all, these people were watching. What she wanted was what everyone else wanted. No need. If you can take the sword in my hand, then I won't have to stay here anymore, Jiang Chen said with a smile. He had nothing else to say at this moment. Since Tantai Jingzong had chosen to stand on the opposite side of him, the 2 of them were no longer on speaking terms. All right, Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice. Only she could understand the bitterness at the corner of her mouth. She didn't want to go tit for tat with Jiang Chen, but she had no other choice at this time. Jiang Chen was still so stubborn. His opponent was far stronger than him. If it wasn't for the Torch Dragon Sword, it was still unknown whether Jiang Chen could achieve such strength. Let's get rid of him first. I don't believe that this guy really has 3 heads and 6 arms. He doesn't deserve the Torch Dragon Sword at all. Jun Tianqiu rushed forward again. He was almost the one who had a life-and-death battle with Jiang Chen. No matter when it was, It would always be a life-and-death battle with Jiang Chen. Jun Tianqiu also knew how to judge the situation and advance and retreat in an orderly manner. Jiang Chen's torch dragon sword was strong, but he didn't dare to confront Jiang Chen head-on. Whether it was the two scapegoats or the current battle, he didn't hesitate at all. Little junior brother, be careful. These people are not easy to deal with. There's a mid-Divine Emperor Minor Heavenly Connection Realm and 2 early Divine Emperor Minor Heavenly Connection Realm experts. Don't drag it out. Tuoba Longyu's worry made Jiang Chen speechless. It seemed that this guy really regarded Jiang Chen as his little junior brother. It could be seen that he quite agreed with Jiang Chen. If you need help, just let me know. I don't care about these guys. Tuoba Longyu said with a cold smile. Jiang Chen couldn't help but look at Tuoba Longyu in a new light. Was he really that strong? However, Jiang Chen hadn't reached the final moment yet. He couldn't use Tuoba Longyu, or else he would lose everything. What he needed to be wary of the most right now was Li Wuhui and the silver-haired man. He had absolutely no idea about these two guys. Jiang Chen didn't know much about them. At least, when facing Tantai Jingzong and Jun Tianqiu, Jiang Chen wouldn't be obliterated even if he couldn't defeat them. Although Jian Donglu was also very strong, he couldn't threaten Jiang Chen in a short period of time. At this moment, Xueqi was in a very difficult situation. He was seriously injured, but he still didn't make a sound. He wanted to create an opportunity for Jiang Chen. He didn't want Jiang Chen to fall into a passive position. That was why he fought so hard. But even so, Xueqi didn't get nothing. He killed 3 early Divine Emperor Realm experts with his seriously injured body, but he was already exhausted. At this moment, Li Wuhui's combat strength was still extremely strong. Xueqi couldn't compete with him anymore. Xueqi. When Jiang Chen looked at Xueqi, his face was extremely solemn. He didn't expect that Xueqi would fight so hard. Xueqi was already in danger when he was not paying attention. Xueqi was not a talkative person, but he had nothing to say to Jiang Chen. Heroes cherished heroes. Both of them cherished each other very much. Jiang Chen understood the pain in Xueqi's heart. Since Bingyun was taken away, it must be a very painful thing for Xueqi. But whether he could complete his redemption depended on himself. Now that he had Jiang Chen's help, Xueqi naturally didn't dare to say a word, for fear that he would put Jiang Chen in an irrecoverable situation. You're such a fool. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and rushed over quickly. At this moment, Li Wuhui was already aiming at Xueqi. Jiang Chen stepped on the void and turned around in the air. He blocked Li Wuhui with his sword, which directly made Li Wuhui lose his target and protected Xueqi behind him. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. Now he was fighting against everyone. Tantai Jingzong and Jun Tianqiu sneakily attacked Jiang Chen from behind and finally gave Jiang Chen a blow, which made the situation become difficult for Jiang Chen. There were fierce tigers in front of him and pursuers behind him. Li Wuhui, Jun Tianqiu, Jian Donglu, and Tantai Jingzong all surrounded Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen had nowhere to hide. Any one of these people was a peerless expert. Now that Jiang Chen was fighting against 4 of them, he also felt that his crisis was getting bigger and bigger. Kacha, accompanied by a deafening sound, the entire top of the sword tomb of Mount Li completely collapsed, revealing a dark thundercloud that circled in the void. It's the heavenly thunder born from the primordial origin treasure. Haha, God is helping me. Let's see where Jiang Chen can run to with the candle dragon sword in his hand. Now that the heavenly thunder has descended, the candle dragon sword in his hand will definitely turn him into ashes. Chapter 3384. The rumbling of the heavenly thunder was already imminent. Everyone knew that the heavenly thunder attracted by the torch dragon sword was already close at hand and was about to descend. That incomparably terrifying might was enough to make one's heart tremble. Even Tuoba Longyu's expression was extremely solemn. Whenever a peerless divine weapon descends, it would attract supreme heavenly lightning, and this high-grade primal origin treasure was no exception. The current situation was already very difficult for Jiang Chen. Tuoba Longyu knew that he had to take action, otherwise his junior brother would definitely be trapped. With so many Divine Emperor experts targeting him, it was basically impossible for him to escape. At this moment, the happiest ones were none other than Jun Tianqiu and Jian Donglu. They couldn't wait for Jiang Chen to be obliterated. Once the heavenly lightning killed Jiang Chen, they would have one less powerful opponent. As long as Jiang Chen was here, it would be extremely difficult for them to seize the torch dragon sword. Looks like this guy is really angry. Humph. Humph. Even the heavenly lightning can't tolerate him. He's dreaming if he wants to control the torch dragon sword. Jun Tianqiu sneered. Jiang Chen's current situation was the most difficult. Let's strike him while he's down. Let's see how capable he is to withstand the attacks of so many people and the heavenly lightning. Jian Donglu narrowed his eyes and shouted. Everyone rushed towards Jiang Chen at this moment, wanting to give him a fatal blow. After all, the heavenly sound attracted by the torch dragon sword must be extremely terrifying for Jiang Chen. The might of an upper-grade primal origin treasure was absolutely extraordinary. Tantai Jingzong was the only one who felt a sense of foreboding when she looked at the heavenly lightning. She knew that it wouldn't be too difficult for Jiang Chen to neutralize it with the lightning in hand. The heavenly lightning might not be a crisis for Jiang Chen, but an opportunity. Tantai Jingzong didn't dare to be negligent because this was the best opportunity. Regardless of whether the heavenly lightning was strong or weak, Jiang Chen was currently being attacked from all sides. This was the time when he was most vulnerable to defeat. Everyone was ready to take action at this moment. Their only target was Jiang Chen. Only by killing Jiang Chen would they have the opportunity to seize the torch dragon sword. Therefore, Jiang Chen must die. Jun Tianqiu and Jian Donglu rushed forward together. The two of them didn't give Jiang Chen the slightest chance because Jiang Chen was no longer fighting alone. His opponent had added an incomparably ferocious heavenly lightning. Tantai Jingzong also joined forces with Jun Tianqiu and Jian Donglu. Together with Li Wuhui, they quickly rushed forward. Jiang Chen's situation was very difficult. Everyone was silently looking at Jiang Chen, hoping that he would be defeated at this moment. Xueqi's eyes were like torches. His white robe was stained with blood. He absolutely couldn't let Jiang Chen block all of this alone. Holding the execution immortal sword in his hand, Xueqi's anger soared to the sky. Although he couldn't turn the tide like Jiang Chen, he could at least help Jiang Chen to reduce the pressure. Yan Qingqing remained calm and watched the scene in silence. Jiang Chen's life wasn't in danger, so there was no need for her to take action. In her point of view, there wasn't much relationship between her and Jiang Chen. He had once saved her life. As long as she took action when his life was in danger, she would return the favor. The silver-haired man was the same. His gaze fell on Yan Qingqing, but he couldn't see anything in front of Yan Qingqing. From the beginning to the end, he had been standing there silently. No one knew where he was going to go. Jiang Chen held the torch dragon sword in his hand and looked at the void. At this moment, he needed to teach these guys a lesson. Isn't this the heavens helping me? Jiang Chen sighed. Seeing that Tuoba Longyu was ready to take action at any time, he waved his hand at him, indicating that Tuoba Longyu didn't need to act rashly. Heavenly lightning? Shouldn't you be afraid of me? The moment Jiang Chen raised his head, the heavenly lightning seemed to have become even more violent. However, it was a rootless thing after all. There was no spirit of heavenly lightning in it. It was just the punishment of heavenly lightning. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. At this moment, it was time for him to give these people a pleasant surprise. However, Jiang Chen didn't intend to fuse the 5 types of heavenly lightning because they were too terrifying. Jiang Chen might not be able to control them completely. Moreover, it was very likely that his body would be completely drained by this one strike. If that was the case, if he couldn't kill all of them, he would fall into an extremely passive situation. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Therefore, at this moment, Jiang Chen only fused 4 types of heavenly lightning. Excluding the most terrifying 1000 flame destruction lightning, the dawn sky golden lightning, 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, severing drought heavenly lightning, and the heavenly lightning above Jiang Chen's head were enough to make them suffer. The heavenly lightning fell from the sky. The lightning surged and went into Jiang Chen's body in an instant. Streaks of heavenly lightning struck his body, and streaks of golden light shone brilliantly. Jiang Chen stood proudly in the sky. In the blink of an eye, Jun Tianqiu and the others arrived. Jiang Chen kept retreating. Divine Golden Bell, God Sealing Restriction. Jiang Chen took out the Eastern Emperor Bell to seal the surrounding aura in order to buy time for himself to fuse with the 4 types of heavenly lightning. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong had already sensed Jiang Chen's intention. Therefore, she was the first one to act. Thousand cloud overlapping palms. Tantai Yunin struck out with her palm. The wind and lightning changed the color of the sky. Her palm landed heavily on Jiang Chen's divine golden bell. The invisible pressure made Jiang Chen frown. The current Tantai Yunin was no longer the same as before. The terrifying pressure almost made Jiang Chen take a step back. She wasn't any weaker than Jun Tianchou and the others. Vajra Poison Dragon's Sword. Jian Donglu rushed forward like a whirlwind, turning into a golden diamond, tearing the void apart. Bursts of explosions rang out as he collided with Jiang Chen's divine golden bell. At this moment, Jun Tianchou wasn't to be outdone. The tip of his sword spun and crossed the void. Gentleman's Sword. Sword of Salvation. The three powerful impacts made the divine golden bell in Jiang Chen's hand shatter inch by inch in less than 10 breaths of time. Jiang Chen was also sent flying with a hideous expression. Xueqi's face changed. The battle with Li Wuhui was getting more and more difficult, but he knew that he could only do so much. He couldn't allow Jiang Chen to be distracted. Jiang Chen, you have to hold on. Xueqi murmured. However, at this moment, when the divine golden bell shattered, the four heavenly lightning in Jiang Chen's hand had completely fused. Now, it's time for you all to have a taste of my Death Thunder Lotus. Not everyone has the chance to fight me. Accept the trial of death. Chapter 3385. This guy isn't afraid of the heavenly lightning? Jun Tianchou couldn't believe it. His eyes were filled with shock, especially when he saw the four-colored lightning lotus in Jiang Chen's hand. His heart instantly sank to the bottom. How is this possible? Jian Donglio's face drastically changed as he exclaimed. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen could not only block their attacks, but also condense such a terrifying attack. Only Tantai Jingzong was prepared, but the Death Lightning Lotus was gradually expanding in their eyes. There wasn't any chance for them to escape. Interesting. The silver-haired youth murmured in the distance. His eyes narrowed and he couldn't help but feel some lingering fear in his heart. But at this moment, the three people in front of Jiang Chen were the biggest victims. Get lost! Along with Jiang Chen's roar, everyone's facial expression changed. The terrifying Death Lightning Lotus bloomed. Thousands of weapons in the sword tomb of Mount Li were broken and buzzed. Jun Tianchou and the other two didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, but they were still drowned in the Death Lightning Lotus. Drawing the sword, looking around. Unparalleled absolute seal. Gentleman Mo.'s sword. The three's expression changed drastically. Along with three terrifying attacks, they still couldn't resist Jiang Chen's Death Lightning Lotus. It was actually invincible. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. The moment the Death Lightning Lotus bloomed, everything between the heavens and earth dimmed. The three of them were gravely injured. Jun Tianchou's sword was broken, and Jian Donglio's sword was shattered. Tantai Jingzong's face was pale. The three of them were almost killed by Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for their trump cards, they would have been killed by Jiang Chen if they were three mid-divine emperors. The Death Lightning Lotus was so powerful. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were incomparably cold. That domineering might caused everyone's breathing to turn heavy. At this moment, even though it was only the fusion of four types of lightning, it had already drained 70% of Jiang Chen's strength. If it had been 5 types of lightning, Jiang Chen's attack might have been able to destroy them easily, but he would have instantly become an arrow at the end of its flight. What a terrifying fusion of heavenly lightning. How can this guy be so strong? Cough cough. Jian Donglio's facial expression changed dramatically. At this moment, he had completely lost his combat strength. He drew his sword and looked around blankly. He no longer had the will to compete. If it wasn't for the three of them attacking at the same time, they would have been killed by Jiang Chen by now. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. Jun Tianchou's expression was also uncertain. The current Jiang Chen was countless times stronger than before. Even after 9 reincarnations, he still couldn't defeat Jiang Chen. His current situation was even more dangerous. Although Jun Tianchou gnashed his teeth in anger, there was nothing he could do. Tantai Jingzong took a deep look at Yi Shiwen. Why is he always able to stand in front of me? Why can't I catch up to him? The fusion of 4 types of heavenly lightning could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. No one could block it. The methods of this fellow were always so domineering, causing people to tremble in fear. Although the three of them had escaped the calamity, They were almost at the end of their rope. I said that the heavenly lightning is here to help me, but you guys don't believe me? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Tuoba Longyu's jaw dropped to the ground. He knew that he might not be able to withstand that strike. Even if he didn't die, he would be gravely injured. Little junior brother is indeed our little junior brother. He's really powerful. He's really impressive. The first person Jiang Chen targeted was Jun Tianchou because Jian Donglu was the #1 genius of sword-drawing sect. No matter who it was, even if they defeated Jian Donglu, they wouldn't kill him. Otherwise, even if he obtained the Torch Dragon Sword, how could he establish a foothold in sword-drawing sect in the future? Tantai Jingzong knew that Jiang Chen didn't want to kill her. He just looked at her and sighed silently. Tantai Jingzong felt that his heart was being torn apart. Jun Tianchou was the only one who didn't deserve pity even if he died. Furthermore, the enmity between the two of them had to be settled at this time. Jun Tianchou, if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Jiang Chen raised his sword. Facing Jun Tianchou, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, he broke out the most terrifying attack. At this time, Li Wuhui had also repelled Xueqi. His strength hadn't suffered any damage. Jiang Chen was incomparably shocked by Xueqi's fight with him. At least Xueqi didn't disgrace great sovereign immortal execution. He had killed 3 people in a row and was still fighting with Li Wuhui. Almost in an instant, Li Wuhui rushed to Jun Tianchou and blocked Jiang Chen's sword, forcing him to retreat. Jiang Chen frowned. Was Li Wuhui related to Jun Tianchou? How could he save him at this time? Thank you. Jun Tianchou said in a low voice and glanced at Li Wuhui. Li Wuhui looked indifferent and didn't speak to Jun Tianchou. Instead, he looked at Jiang Chen. It was time for him to end this battle. You've worked hard, Xueqi. Jiang Chen looked at Xueqi. Xueqi laughed and shook his head. Speaking of hard work, Jiang Chen was the one who suffered the most. Hand over the candle dragon sword, and maybe you can live. I don't want to kill anyone, Li Wuhui said. At this time, although Jiang Chen didn't fall, his strength was not as good as before. Even if it was 1 against 2, Li Wuhui didn't feel the slightest pressure. You seem to be too confident. Jiang Chen shook his head and said indifferently, you only have one choice. Otherwise, go to hell. Li Wuhui's indifferent expression was still without a trace of emotion. Then let's fight. I want to see who can laugh in the end. Jiang Chen said with a smile. It was almost impossible for Li Wuhui to kill him, not to mention that Xueqi was here. Did he think that the successor of the immortal execution sword was just a decoration? Xueqi was far from reaching his limit. Do you think you can kill me in this way? You're too naive, Jiang Chen. You should be proud of yourself for forcing me to this point. Jun Tianchou also stood up slowly, staring at Jiang Chen with frosty eyes. He must kill Jiang Chen. Otherwise, if he didn't get rid of the demon in his heart, he always felt that he couldn't set foot on his former peak. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Jun Tianchou was indeed better than Jian Donglu. If I'm right, you should be Jun Wuhui. Although your swordsmanship has changed greatly, it still can't escape my eyes. The gentleman's sword is a swordsmanship that you can't avoid in your life. Chapter 3386. Even though I've left, there's no Jun Wuhui. I'm Li Wuhui. Li Wuhui said faintly. Jun Tianchou was silent for a moment and said no more. If it weren't for Li Wuhui, he would have been attacked by Jiang Chen again. Well, let's get rid of these 2 guys first. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but never falls down. Today is the day you die. Although Jun Tianchou's strength had been greatly restricted, he was obviously stronger than Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, how long has it been since we fought side by side? Ha ha ha, we must show off our strength in this battle. Xueqi slowly stroked the immortal slaying sword in his hand. At that moment, he no longer had any worries. If the 2 of them were still no match for Jun Tianchou and Li Wuhui, he would have no complaints even if he died here. No one can make me, Jiang Chen, lower my head, not even the heavens. Jiang Chen said proudly, his eyes bursting with a stronger battle intent. This will be your last song. Li Wuhui said faintly. Jun Tianchou and Li Wuhui quickly attacked and directly approached Jiang Chen and Xueqi. Jiang Chen had become more and more familiar with the candle dragon sword, and the evil qi in it had become extremely restrained. Only when the sword was unsheathed would the evil qi be released. Jiang Chen, Xueqi, Jun Tianqiu, and Li Wuhui were fighting fiercely. Jiang Chen was still undefeated, but Xueqi was already struggling. If they continued to fight, it would only become more and more difficult for them. "Is that all you've got?" Jun Tianqiu said proudly. His entanglement with Jiang Chen grew more and more intense. Jun Tianqiu's sword intent was as cold as frost. He showed no fear in the face of Jiang Chen's baleful aura. The noble sword qi of the noble sword technique had a certain degree of resistance against baleful aura. Even Jiang Chen had never imagined that Jun Tianqiu could be so powerful. Before this, he had clearly concealed a portion of his strength. He did not reveal his true strength until the very last moment. However, it was different now. If he could swiftly kill Jiang Chen, then the selection of the swordmaster would come to an end. "It's too early for you to be happy." Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. Even if he was completely defeated, the person behind him wouldn't fall. "Senior brother, it's time to act." Jiang Chen transmitted his voice. At this moment, Tuoba Longyu squinted his eyes. He had been waiting for this moment. As long as Jiang Chen gave the order, he would definitely rush forward without any hesitation. Tuoba Longyu's strength had already reached the mid-divine emperor realm, the great heavenly connection realm. He was even stronger than Jun Tianqiu and Li Wuhui. His sneak attack directly dealt a heavy blow to Jun Tianqiu and Li Wuhui's confidence. They were not prepared at all and were repelled by Tuoba Longyu. Both of their faces were extremely pale. Tuoba Longyu's attack had seriously injured them. After all, they had never thought that it would be Tuoba Longyu. Therefore, they were not prepared at all. However, the result was incomparably shocking. Tuoba Longyu had made his move. Moreover, his target was the two of them. In their point of view, Tuoba Longyu was just an outsider. However, Jian Donglu didn't expect that this crazy number 1 blacksmith of sword-drawing sect would be standing beside Jiang Chen at this moment. It was truly inconceivable. "Bastard! You son of a bitch!" Jun Tianqiu couldn't restrain his anger, but Tuoba Longyu's powerful attack had put the two of them into a passive position. Even Li Wuhui was having a hard time. Tuoba Longyu was the strongest among them. His attack had tipped the scales of victory to Jiang Chen's side. "Kid, you're still too inexperienced. You're not qualified to fight with me." Tuoba Longyu sneered, as if he was sitting on a fishing platform. Indeed, Jun Tianqiu and Li Wuhui had fallen into a deadlock due to the sneak attack just now. The two of them were in a dilemma. Jiang Chen would not give them a chance to turn the tables. Jiang Chen and Xueqi glanced at each other. They cooperated with Tuoba Longyu to put Jun Tianqiu and Li Wuhui in a desperate situation. "Damn you! You old fart of the sword-drawing sect. The Jun family will never let you off if you kill me." Jun Tianqiu shouted angrily. "The Jun family? Haha, they don't have the guts to come to my sword-drawing sect." Tuoba Longyu was disdainful. Although the Jun family was strong, it seemed that they could not suppress the sword-drawing sect. "Junwu, save me!" Jiang Chen rushed towards Jun Tianqiu, full of killing intent. At this moment, Jun Tianqiu had nowhere to retreat under the pincer attack of Tuoba Longyu and Jiang Chen. He had completely lost his chance to live. Li Wuhui's face changed. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Li Wuhui had actually blocked the attack for Jun Tianqiu. The sudden change surprised everyone. Li Wuhui was directly shot down by Tuoba Longyu and Jiang Chen. However, at this moment, Jun Tianqiu had already fled to the outside of the sword tomb of Mount Li and was nowhere to be found. "You're a stubborn man." Jiang Chen looked at the dying Li Wuhui and said with a smile, "Although I'm no longer a member of the Jun family, I have no regrets in this life. The Jun family has treated me coldly, but I can't abandon them. If I die, I live for the Jun family, and if I die for the Jun family." "It's a worthy death," Li Wuhui said indifferently. Jiang Chen could see that he was the abandoned son of the Jun family. The desolation in his eyes was undisguised and unchanging. Jun Tianqiu had escaped, but Li Wuhui had become his scapegoat. "Who doesn't want to be pitiful?" Jiang Chen murmured. "You can go." Jiang Chen did not kill him. At this moment, Li Wuhui was shocked. He never thought that Jiang Chen could have killed him with a single strike. Jiang Chen hated the Jun family to the core, but he still let him go. Li Wuhui smiled bitterly. Tuoba Longyu didn't take any further action. Li Wuhui gave Jiang Chen a deep bow. Then he turned around and left. The silver-haired man, who had not made a move all along, was finally ready to make a move. "It's time for me to make a move," the silver-haired man said with a faint smile. The silver-haired man took a step forward. At this moment, Yan Qingqing finally made a move. "It's not fair for you to make a move." Yan Qingqing looked at the silver-haired man and said, "You want to stop me?" The silver-haired man was startled. He looked at Yan Qingqing and smiled helplessly. "You're not a human at all. What right do you have to fight for the position of the swordmaster of the sword-drawing sect?" Yan Qingqing's words made the silver-haired man's expression change slightly. He said in a deep voice, "I'm not a human just because you say so. The winner is king and the loser is bandit. Whoever is stronger is worthy to stand on a bigger stage. You're from a barbaric land. You're not ashamed but proud. Since I can see through you, I can defeat you." Chapter 3387. The silver-haired man, Lang Lang, looked at Yan Qingqing indifferently. "How strong could this woman be? She's dreaming if she wants to fight with me. You might be too confident in yourself. You don't have the qualifications. I want the torch dragon sword, and no one can stop me," the silver-haired man said indifferently. Jiang Chen was already an arrow at the end of its flight in front of him. Even if Yan Qingqing and Tuoba Longyu joined hands, it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Now that time had passed, he was finally going to make his move. One of the 4 great barbarian tribes of the desolate divine land, the Earthen Barbarian tribe. "Do you think you can fool me?" Yan Qingqing's voice was cold, but her words made the silver-haired man's expression turn gloomy. "What's the origin of this woman? She even knows which tribe I belong to? Could it be that I've been seen through before I entered the sword-drawing sect? Earthen Barbarian tribe? Who's this guy?" Jian Donglu said in shock. Obviously, he had a great guess about the identity of this silver-haired man. However, no matter who it was, it wouldn't be easy for this guy to seize the torch dragon sword. This was because Tuoba Longyu had already made his move. He had always been fair, but now, he actually helped Jiang Chen. This made Jian Donglu feel extremely strange. Even when he was seriously injured, Tuoba Longyu didn't make a move. What was this guy thinking? Earthen Barbarian tribe, could it be him? Tantai Jingzong frowned and murmured in a low voice. Not long ago, a peerless expert appeared in the Earthen Barbarian tribe. He was extremely talented and challenged the entire Earthen Barbarian tribe. No one could compete with him. This person's name is Bai Wenjun. Tantai Jingzong's words made the silver-haired man puff out his chest. He shook his head and said, "Since you already know who I am, there's no need for me to hide anymore." Bai Wenjun's face was full of pride. His strength had already reached the minor heavenly connecting realm of the mid-divine emperor realm, which was the same as Jun Tianqiu. However, in his eyes, Jun Tianqiu was just an idiot. It was impossible for Jun Tianqiu to snatch the torch dragon sword from Jiang Chen's hands in this gathering of heroes. However, he still didn't back down and fought with Jiang Chen to the death. The moment when both of them were injured would be the best time for him to take action. Rumor has it that the genius disciple of the Earth Barbarian tribe swept through the desolate divine continent's northern region for 300,000 miles, and no one was his match. He killed 100,000 ghost barbarians and became famous in one battle. It makes people tremble with fear. Tantai Jingzong's beautiful eyes flickered. Their rock sect was located at the border between the Savage Divine Land and the Central Plains Divine Land, so they naturally had a good understanding of the Savage Divine Land. This Earth Barbarian could be said to be invincible in the Barbarian tribe. "Since you know, why don't you hurry up and give way? Do you really have to wait for me to kill my way out?" Bai Wenjun said with a smile. The Earth Barbarian tribe is one of the 4 great tribes of the Savage Divine Land. You guys shouldn't have stepped into the Central Plains Divine Land. It seems like you guys have forgotten the promise you made in the past, Yan Qingqing said calmly. Everyone was confused. Even Jiang Chen didn't know what Yan Qingqing was talking about. Only Bai Wenjun's expression became more and more unsightly. Back then, the leaders of the 4 great barbarian tribes of the Savage Divine Land, the 4 barbarian kings, were all defeated by the Emperor Realm experts of the Central Plains Divine Land. From then on, they swore to never step into the Central Plains Divine Land. If they violated this oath, they would die with thousands of swords piercing through their hearts. Yan Qingqing said word by word. Bai Wenjun's expression became more and more ferocious. Who are you? Why do you know so much about the Earth Barbarian tribe? Bai Wenjun was a little surprised. His heart was still filled with incomparable solemnity. He was very curious about this woman's identity. She actually knew so much about the savage divine land, but he knew nothing about her. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. He had already lost the upper hand, which made him extremely curious about Yan Qingqing. You are not qualified to know who I am, Yan Qingqing said. Jiang Chen silently looked at Yan Qingqing. He seemed to have understood something. Who was Yan Qingqing? She was still herself, because she still remembered her two sisters, Yan Chenyu and Wu Ningzhu. However, she seemed to have merged with the memories of Princess Du Wan of the barbarian land, which was why she was so familiar with the matters of the barbarian divine land. It's impossible for you to fight against so many people at once. If you're sensible, you'd better leave quickly, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Since Yan Qingqing knew Bai Wenjun like the back of her hand, she must know him very well. It was impossible for Bai Wenjun to stand on his head and act like a tyrant. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. What qualifications do you have to speak? The candle dragon sword is mine today. Bai Wenjun pointed the sword at Jiang Chen and said domineeringly. He brandished the sword and a ghostly shadow appeared. Stubborn thing, Yan Qingqing Lung said. She who hadn't made a move until now finally stood up and stood in front of Jiang Chen. It was time for Jiang Chen to return the favor of saving her life. Yan Qingqing's hand seals were linked together as she fought against Bai Wenjun. Yan Qingqing seemed to be able to see through each of his sword strikes. No matter how he attacked, Yan Qingqing would be able to see through all of his moves and tricks. It was as if Yan Qingqing had seen through all of his moves and tricks. It was like he was naked in front of Yan Qingqing. He had nowhere to hide. The barbarian tribe is getting more and more disappointing. Yan Qingqing's attacks were swift and decisive. She didn't look like a woman at all. The impact she brought to Bai Wenjun was incomparably strong and terrifying. Bai Wenjun retreated step by step. Although he was a mid-divine emperor, he couldn't exert his strength when facing Yan Qingqing, who was an early divine emperor. It was a very depressing feeling. No matter what kind of tricks he used, Yan Qingqing would always be able to see through them and counter them. Gradually, Bai Wenjun's face became extremely gloomy. It was as if all of his secrets were known by his opponent. How could he fight against her? Although Bai Wenjun was furious, he couldn't change the current situation. Yan Qingqing's methods were shocking, but he couldn't figure out what Yan Qingqing's methods were. Even though he was strong, he couldn't do anything. Get lost! Yan Qingqing shouted coldly. She made a hand seal and launched an attack. Bai Wenjun had nowhere to hide. Each of her attacks was fatal. Bai Wenjun staggered backward and looked extremely embarrassed. Damn it! Bai Wenjun's face turned pale. Yan Qingqing had taken the initiative step by step. How could he fight now? Chapter 3388. Bai Wenjun was incomparably depressed. He had never been in such a depressing battle before. He had almost lost his temper in this battle, and he didn't even know who his opponent was. This kind of dejection was unbearable. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. Bai Wenjun will remember this. I will definitely pay you back for today's humiliation. Jiang Chen, you won't achieve great things if you hide behind a woman. Ha! Bai Wenjun sneered and quickly fled. He didn't dare to continue fighting because he knew that he would definitely lose if he continued to fight. At this time, retreating was the best and only choice. What kind of hero can come from a barbarian land? Trash. Jiang Chen shook his head. At this time, he no longer had any worries. Tantai Jingzong and Jiandong Lu were both seriously injured, leaving only Jiang Chen and Xueqi. However, the torch dragon sword in his hand was extremely terrifying for Jiang Chen. The sword's evil aura was too strong, and Xueqi might not be able to control it. This sword is of no use to me, but you may not be able to control it. When you become the sword master, return the torch dragon sword to me. Jiang Chen shook his head and directly threw the sword to Xueqi. Xueqi's face lit up and he nodded heavily. The moment he held the torch dragon sword, He knew that Jiang Chen was not lying. The evil aura in the torch dragon sword was too fierce, and he couldn't suppress it at all. It was indeed not easy for Jiang Chen to suppress the torch dragon sword. Although Jian Donglu and Tantai Jingzong were unwilling, now that Jiang Chen had become the center of attention, and even Tuoba Longyu, the great master of the sword-drawing sect, stood beside Jiang Chen, what else could Jian Donglu say? A biological son couldn't compare to a godson, but fortunately, he was a member of the sword-drawing sect. Otherwise, he might be dead now. I've spared you again. How will you thank me? Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzong. Tantai Jingzong's expression was cold. At this moment she had nothing to say. If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have waited until now, right? Tantai Jingzong said. You're right. It's better for women to know their place. I've already saved you many times, but I don't know when I'll lose my patience. My patience is not limitless when it comes to people who want to kill me. Jiang Chen's words shocked Tantai Jingzong. She clearly sensed Jiang Chen's unprecedented coldness. Although she wasn't considered a close friend of Jiang Chen's, she felt that the distance between her and Jiang Chen was rather distant. Tantai Jingzong remained silent and turned to leave. Just as she brushed past Jiang Chen, she said in a low voice, I will remember what you said. After speaking, he disappeared from the sword tomb of Mount Li. Little junior brother, don't you want the position of sword-drawing sect sword master? Tuoba Longyu transmitted his voice over. Although the position of sword-drawing sect swordmaster is full of temptation, it doesn't mean much to me. As for the torch dragon sword, he still wants it because Xueqi can't control such a powerful and peerless weapon now. Jiang Chen looked at Tuoba Longyu. Jiang Chen. Xueqi looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of gratitude. Jiang Chen risked his life to obtain the torch dragon sword and even had the opportunity to become one of the 9 sword masters of sword-drawing sect. However, he gave it all to Xueqi. Xueqi didn't know what to say to express his gratitude for such a great kindness. There's no need to say more. I know you need it more than I do. Jiang Chen smiled. The group quickly left the sword tomb of Mount Li. At this moment, Sect Master Jian Tang, Great Elder Jian Wu, and the 8 sword masters of sword-drawing sect were all smiling and welcoming them. Xueqi held the torch dragon sword in his hand and became the center of attention. However, at this moment, Jian Tang knew that the torch dragon sword should have belonged to Jiang Chen. Unknowingly, Jian Donglu should have told Jian Tang everything that happened in the sword tomb of Mount Li. I once said that whoever can obtain the peerless weapon of Tuoba Longyu will be the 9th sword master of sword-drawing sect. Now that Xueqi has the torch dragon sword in his hand, he will be the 9th sword master. Before Jian Tang could finish his words, everyone revealed a gratified smile. You've worked hard, brother Tuoba. Jian Tang smiled and exchanged glances with Tuoba Longyu. As a grandmaster of sword-drawing sect, Tuoba Longyu was a distinguished guest of sword-drawing sect. Naturally, they had to treat him with respect. However, today, I want to say that if I'm lucky, can I invite brother Jiang Chen to be one of the sword masters of sword-drawing sect? The 10th honorary sword master. What do you think, brother Jiang Chen? Jian Tang's eyes turned and fell on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was stunned. He did not expect Jian Tang to want him to be the honorary sword master of sword-drawing sect. Jiang Chen knew that Jian Tang wanted to rope him in. Jiang Chen and Xueqi were brothers. Now that Xueqi had become one of the sword masters of sword-drawing sect, Jiang Chen would be the 10th honorary sword master. Jiang Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, Jian Tang was quite certain about Jiang Chen. After all, Jian Tang knew about Jiang Chen's performance in the sword tomb of Mount Li. If sword-drawing sect did not capture such an expert, it would definitely be a great loss. An early Divine Emperor Realm expert had defeated several mid-Divine Emperor Realm experts. Even the number 1 genius of sword-drawing sect, Jian Donglu, could only be ruthless. Therefore, Jian Tang naturally had his own plans to retain the talents of sword-drawing sect. All right then, Jiang Chen will accept it. Thank you for your kindness, Sect Master Jian Tang. Jiang Chen said. Among the people of sword-drawing sect, only the great elder Jian Wu and Jian Tang were very happy. However, the other sword masters were at a loss. Was the sect master trying to weaken their authority to balance the balance? Xueqi looked at Jiang Chen. He did not expect that both of them would be promoted to sword master of sword-drawing sect. All right then. From now on, our sword-drawing sect will have 10 sword masters. Ha ha ha. Congratulations. Sword Master Jiang Chen. Although Sword Master Jiang Chen is an honorary sword master, Brother Jiang Chen will be a member of our sword drawing sect from now on. Jian Tang said with a hearty laugh. This time, I have completed my mission. It's time for me to travel. Ha! He refined an upper-rank origin treasure for the sword drawing sect. However, the sword's malevolent aura is too strong. I think only Sword Lord Jiang Chen can wield it. Tuoba Longyu said with a smile. Chapter 3389. Brother Jiang, take this. Shuel Yang leaped and threw the torch dragon sword into Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen held the torch dragon sword with ease. Compared to Shuel Yang, it was incomparable. Jian Tang and the other sword lords nodded silently. Jiang Chen was the one who could truly wield the torch dragon sword. Although they were also envious of him, they did not have Jiang Chen's means after all. No one dared to look down on his strength. Jiang Chen's strength was not something that could be underestimated. It's really a young hero. Ha! Jian Tang laughed and turned to look at Tuoba Longyu. Brother Tuoba, are you leaving the sword drawing sect? I don't know when you will return. Jian Tang said very solemnly. Maybe a year and a half, maybe 100 or 1,000 years. I have an unfulfilled wish, so I have to get rid of the distractions in my heart before I can start again. Tuoba Longyu said faintly. If he did not go back to apologize to his master, he would never be able to forgive himself. All right, then I won't force Brother Tuoba to stay. The sword drawing sect will be waiting for Brother Tuoba's return. Jian Tang said with a look of pity. It had to be said that Jian Tang had done everything he could to make Tuoba Longyu stay in the sword drawing sect. There were probably less than 5 people in the entire Central Province Divine Land who could refine a high-grade primal origin treasure. Even in the Martial Dan Hall, there might not be many people who could do that. Thank you, Brother Jian Tang. Tuoba Longyu nodded slightly and turned to leave without any hesitation. Little junior brother, I'll take my leave first. Let's meet again. Tuoba Longyu transmitted his voice and instantly disappeared from the sky above the sword drawing sect. Jian Tang felt a little regretful and even sighed. Tuoba Longyu's importance to the sword drawing sect was simply too great. Tuoba Longyu's departure was equivalent to cutting off an arm of the sword drawing sect. I'll take my leave too. Shuel Yang, Sect Master Jian Tang, I have something important to do and can't be delayed. I'll meet you again if there's a chance. Jiang Chen smiled. In that case, I won't stay any longer. I hope that Brother Jiang Chen will remember that from this moment on, you are a part of the sword drawing sect. The position of sword master will accompany you for the rest of your life. Ha! After Jian Tang finished speaking, Jiang Chen also left quickly. Yan Qingqing followed closely behind him. In an instant, the two of them disappeared in the void. Naturally, Jiang Chen's goal was to follow Tuoba Longyu and find Shangguan Hongyan's location. Tuoba Longyu did not doubt Jiang Chen's words and went straight to the location of Shangguan Hongyan's sect. Jiang Chen was extremely happy. At this moment, he just wanted to find out where Shangguan Hongyan was and how strong she was. If her strength didn't exceed the late Divine Emperor realm, then Jiang Chen was confident that he could kill her. If her strength exceeded the late Divine Emperor realm, then Jiang Chen would have to think about it carefully. Princess Duwan's memory should be in your memory, right? Jiang Chen took a glance at Yan Qingqing. The two of them flew away in the sky, thousands and thousands of miles away. How do you know that I have Princess Duwan's memory? Yan Qingqing said coldly. She squinted her eyes and stared at Jiang Chen, as if she would attack him at any time. Don't get too excited. If it wasn't for Princess Duwan's soul imprint, how could you know so much about the barbarian Divine Land? Moreover, you're full of disdain towards Bai Wenjun of the barbarian tribe. It's because you know him so well that you know your enemy. Am I right? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen coldly. Lang Lang. You shouldn't know this. Why shouldn't I know this? Do you still remember Zhuang Zhouzi? Zhuang Shangshao dreamt of a butterfly, looking at the emperor's heart in love with a cuckoo. The moon in the blue sea has tears of pearls. The sun in the Lantian is warm. The jade gives off smoke. This feeling can be remembered, but I was lost at that time. Each of Jiang Chen's words was like a gem. He wanted to use this poem to change Princess Duwan's memory, and at the same time, he wanted to find out why Yan Qingqing had become like this. Yan Qingqing's pretty face was covered with frost. Her eyes were filled with endless pain. It's over. Everything is over. Why do you want to bring up this story again? Why do I feel heartache? Why? Isn't Zhuangzi the man of Princess Duan? Why do you know everything? Who are you? Yan Qingqing stared at Jiang Chen angrily. Who am I? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say at the moment. Don't you know who I am? Who am I? I am your man. That year, when Zhuangzi and Princess Duan bid farewell to each other, it was the time when we reunited. However, it also became the most difficult time for us. Jiang Chen's heart was in extreme pain, but Yan Qingqing still showed an incomparably difficult expression. She seemed to be in great pain. Don't say any more. I have a terrible headache. If you continue, I will kill you. Yan Qingqing's palm fell on Jiang Chen's neck. At that moment, she didn't stop at all. If she moved a little, Jiang Chen would have no regrets. Jiang Chen didn't move. If he could die in the hands of his beloved, it would be better than dying in the hands of others. All right, then I won't say any more. Jiang Chen calmed his mind and took a deep breath. He knew that there was still a long way to go if he wanted Yan Qingqing to remember him. Moreover, she kept everyone at arm's length. This was what troubled Jiang Chen the most. In her memory, there were only Yan Qingyu and Wu Ningzhu. Perhaps only by finding one of them would it be helpful to Yan Qingqing's soul. Along the way, Tuoba Longyu didn't stop. After 3 years, he finally arrived at the central region of the Central Continent Divine Land. It was a boundless sea of bamboo mountain range. How many years has it been? Master, I'm finally back. I can finally see you again. Master. Above the bamboo sea mountain range, Tuoba Longyu's heart was as tranquil as still water. At this moment, his heart had already calmed down a lot. However, he was still worried that his master would blame him. That sort of nervousness was something that no one could understand. Tuoba Longyu was extremely grateful to his junior brother. If it wasn't for him, he didn't know when he would be able to understand his master's thoughts and return to the Conglin Bamboo Sea. Master, this unfilial disciple has returned. Are you all right? Tuoba Longyu muttered to himself. After entering this sea of bamboos, he began to walk. He no longer flew in the air. Instead, he took one step at a time, walking up from the foot of the 10,000-meter-tall mountain. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.